It's WFUV and WFUV HD, New York. Listener-supported public media from Fordham, the Jesuit University of New York. Right here on 90.7 FM, WFUV.org, and WFUV Sports.org. This is One on One, New York's longest-running sports call-in show on 90.7 FM, WFUV.org, and WFUV Sports.org.
Hello and welcome into One on One, New York's longest running sports call-in show. I'm Andrew Galata alongside Nick DeLuca. Jack Roche will join us later with some headlines, and we'll be with you from 11 to 2 a.m. on 90.7 FM, Facebook Live, and also YouTube. Nick, it's great to be with you on this Halloween night. And it's also a good thing that we got an extra hour of the show due to daylight savings times because we have a ton to talk about. The World Series just wrapped up. The Mets have a new owner. Football is in full swing, and the NBA coaching carousel just keeps on turning.
For sure, and it's a scary night. I locked the door to make sure that no one's going to come in because I'm a little spooked out about having to chop some things up on Halloween night. But it's certainly good to be here, and there's a ton to talk about with the World Series just concluding and the NBA coaching carousel, as you mentioned, of course, football in full swing in both the NFL and college. So I'm excited to get into all of that, the craziness of the sports that we have, been so fortunate to have return in the last couple of weeks. So I'm excited to get started.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, to start in this 11 o'clock hour, we're talking all things baseball. First, starting off with recapping the World Series. And I think the biggest thing, kind of the headliner of this series, was in that Game 6, you had Kevin Cash pulling Blake Snell. And I just thought, I just still can't get over that because that is just it's just a series turner so late. He was pitching so well. And again, that's definitely a moment that I feel like, Kevin Cash is definitely going to want back.
Yeah, I think he's going to want it back. And the issue to me is that as much as the numbers tell you that he's going to, Blake Snell, this is struggled the third time through the order, that his ERA is going to go up. It's hard to ignore the game script of, well, the first three guys that he faced in that lineup, he struck out 6 times. Both times that he faced each hitter, he struck them out. So that's the difficult thing to ignore. And he went in a different direction. And we're going to get into this in the talk about the analytics and being married to some of the numbers as opposed to really using the gut, which I don't love. And we'll get into all that distinction. But I think that people are overreacting a little bit. I understand that it was not the best move, not necessarily one that I would have made, especially for Nick Anderson, because he has struggled and had struggled up to that point. I think they should have brought in Diego Castillo if they felt like that was a game where they really needed to shut the Dodgers down in that inning. So I'm not disagreeing with any of the sentiment that has gone Kevin Cash's way as making that mistake. But I do think we need to step back here and understand that there was a plan in place to have that done, and it just didn't work out. But at the same time, the Rays didn't lose that series because of that decision. The Dodgers were far and away the better team. The Rays were, quite frankly, lucky to steal the 2 games that they did. The one, of course, with that wacky ending on the error, and then Arozarena scoring because the ball gets away from the catcher, Austin Barnes. So it's just, as much as they want to pin that decision and as much as Kevin Cash has gotten, and rightfully so, has gotten some criticism for that decision, that's not why the Rays lost.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I bet we're going to get into all that, the Dodgers' dominance, too. Got to talk about that. They played a wonderful series.
The Dodgers won the World Series, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing that everyone misses. They finally, get over kind of that big hurdle that they were facing. And that's something that I think we're definitely going to get all into, Clayton Kershaw winning his first title, Corey Seager winning MVP. It's definitely going to be a very, very interesting conversation. And then next, we do have our headlines after that, where we're going to get into kind of the MLB managing, situations. You have two managers hired, AJ Hinch hired by the Tigers, and then also Tony La Russa hired by the White Sox. That's, to me, just two hirings that I think are extremely interesting because, to me, I think both of them are polarizing in two different ways.
Yeah, certainly very interesting and unexpected, I think, is probably the best way to describe both of those hires. Certainly not thinking that Tony La Russa at 76 years old is going to come back and manage when he retires in 2011. So he's out of the game for 9 years, is firmly entrenched in a couple of front offices, went into Arizona, then to Boston, and was most recently with the Angels. So he's a guy who you're figuring, okay, he's going to be a senior baseball advisor and live out his days in the front office and then eventually retire when he feels like he doesn't want to do it anymore. But to see him make that jump back into the manager's chair there was really interesting because there are so many questions about how he can relate to players. It ties in again to the analytics of the day and saying, okay, well, is this guy going to be receptive to the analytics that rule the day in Major League Baseball? Are the White Sox front office people? There was a report that hiring sort of ruffled some feathers in the White Sox organization. And is there going to be sort of a fight for control about how the team is run? And then when you look at the players and how they operate, today's Major League Baseball player, they want information. They're receptive to the analytics. And are they going to get the answers that they want from Tony La Russa about why he's making the decisions that he's making? I think it's a fascinating hire. And then you turn to AJ Hinch, where it was just like, I did not expect him to get a job this early at all, because I think it sits there and is part of the theme that we've seen with analytics and with Major League Baseball, that the manager position has just been devalued. I think that you just sit there and say, we don't need AJ Hinch to be successful as an organization. So to see the Tigers take a chance on him with his history as the guy who was a part of the biggest cheating scandal that one of, if not the biggest cheating scandals that Major League Baseball has ever seen, to see them jump on him so quickly and say he's the guy that we need was just interesting. And that's probably the best way to say it. But it was interesting. It was surprising because I did not think he would be back in the game of baseball so quickly. I think that it paints a bad picture of the Tigers organization for wanting to bring him in at this point, really for no reason, because I think that there's an argument to be made that the manager doesn't do a ton, certainly with the way that Major League Baseball is operating right now. But that said, maybe we're seeing a bit of a reversal of course. I think that we are seeing a reversal of course to say that manager maybe isn't as just a figurehead, as much of a figurehead as we've seen in the past, and that organizations are beginning to say we need the right man in place to win championships.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting conversation, and especially with the AJ Hinch one, I think maybe a little too soon. I feel like right after only a year after the whole, sign stealing scandal and all that. So that will definitely be a very interesting conversation. And then moving over to our 12 o'clock hour, we're going to start with some really good news down in Queens for the Mets, as Steve Cohen is officially buying the team. And as a Mets fan, this is something that is just so exciting, long suffering, obviously not seeing much success outside of the World Series appearance in 2015. This is just, to me, a breath of fresh air for the franchise.
I think it is a breath of fresh air. And full disclosure, I'm a Yankees fan, for the Mets organization and for Mets fans everywhere. But what I do want to caution, and again, it is in part because I'm a little bit biased here, but I do want to say that it's about the organizational structure that Steve Cohen is going to bring in. And if you're confident in him to do that, that's great. And maybe you should be, because I think that sitting there and saying that Sandy Alderson is going to run your baseball operations is better than what's going on right now with Brody Van Wagenen and then the Wilpons. And it's always nice to sit there and say, hey, we can make a play for every free agent that becomes available, in the way that the Yankees and the Red Sox of old have done that. And whether they sign those free agents or not, that's a different matter, but you know that they will be in play for those guys. So that's always refreshing and good to hear. But to me, it's going to come down to the organizational structure that is put in place. At the end of the day, you still win with young players and through the draft. That is what has been proven by Major League Baseball the last 5 to 10 years. It is the blueprint, and it is what the Mets organization is going to have to do. You can spend all the money that you want. You have to spend it smartly. You have to build a good organizational structure, and that's what Steve Cohen and Sandy Alderson need to focus on. I think there's reason to be optimistic that they can do that, but that's the biggest thing. It's not just, hey, he's got a bunch of money. Again, the number that I love to throw out, in 2019, 3 of the top 5 teams in payroll missed the playoffs, so you just got to be careful.
Yeah, it really definitely isn't, to me, all about the money. I think what you said it best, organizational structure, and we're going to get into all of that. And I have a lot to say as a Mets fan, as I really think that Steve Cohen is the right guy to buy this team. And then after, we're going to get into our first guest of the show, Justin Walters, who's a reporter for CBS Sports and Pix 11. We got into all things New York football and then also baseball as well. And then we'll finish off the hour with some headlines here, and it's still 2020 here with, the COVID-19, still obviously very, very much a conversation. You have Trevor Lawrence testing positive, and we'll definitely get into the whole Justin Turner situation as well, which just continues to boggle my mind.
Yeah, it's crazy, the world that we're living in right now, and you're thinking about, hey, somebody would not be able to participate in the World Series celebration because of a positive COVID test when the guy played in the game through the first 8 innings. So it's just, it's crazy with that whole situation, and Major League Baseball botched that completely. I don't know how Justin Turner was allowed to play in that game, let alone go out on the field and celebrate afterward. I mean, that is bad. I get it, and it was terrible what happened. But to me, the onus is on Major League Baseball that he was even in the building that night. You can say that Justin Turner should have acted in a different way, but to me, I think the focus should be on Major League Baseball, because he could have spread COVID through the first 8 innings of that game just as easily as he did in the post-game celebration. Yes, there might have been more people around and at risk, but to me, how he has an inconclusive COVID test and is still allowed to play, and we're going to test during the game. I mean, come on, Rob Manfred, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting conversation. We'll get into that. And then in our first 1 o'clock hour, we're going to jump right into a ton of football, starting off with these Jets and Giants teams, which are still mightily struggling. And this week, they even have even more hard matchups with the Bucs, with the Giants, and then with the Jets facing the Chiefs. I mean, it's tough going week in and week out, as in New York here, just talking about how bad these two teams really are. And then after, we're going to welcome our second guest, SiriusXM and Sports Illustrated fantasy football analyst Michael Fabiano onto the show, where we get to talk all about fantasy football, which to me is just really, really fun, as I play and I really love it.
Yeah, for sure. It's been so much fun getting to know Fabs, and he's one of the best in the business at breaking all that stuff down. I'm a huge fantasy football fan, and it's something to focus on when maybe the things on the field aren't going as well. For me, as a Bills fan, things going well right now. For you, Andrew, as well, I know the Saints are rolling pretty well right now. They're going to have to hopefully get healthier and figure things out towards the stretch run here. But for us, it's not as bad. For New York fans, I think you're sitting there and really focusing and zeroing in on your fantasy teams, because that's really all there is to care about right now. It's been a really difficult environment to deal with. Adam Gase with the Jets, that's all I'm going to say, because they don't deserve to have themselves talked about any more than that. The Giants also struggling, and I think that might be more disappointing, actually, because you can see where the issues are with the Jets, and you expect those with the wrong guy at the head coaching position. For the Giants, you feel like you might have found the right guy, but the roster isn't great, and you're underperforming, and you're trying to figure out whether or not, and we got into this a little bit earlier, but just talking about whether Daniel Jones is the right guy. So that's probably the most frustrating thing for the Giants.
Then in our final hour, a very, very fun hour, in my opinion, we're going to talk about the ever-spinning NBA coaching carousel with the hires of Steven Silas for the Rockets, and then also Mike D'Antoni joining the Nets. So in an assistant role, that's going to be just very interesting. And then to finish off the show, we have 2 really fun segments. First, the Halloween-inspired Trick or Treat segment, where we analyze some pretenders and contenders throughout football. And then we'll finish off the show with the Who You Got, a little pick 'em here. So that's going to definitely be cool.
Yeah, we'll get into all that stuff, and I'm excited to tell you who's good and who's not, and sift through all that stuff, the craziness of all of the football teams that we're trying to analyze and tell you who's going to win on Sunday so you don't even have to watch the games.
So before we get into our first topic here about the World Series, we are going to take a quick break. You are listening to One on One on 90.7 FM.
One on One has a brand new YouTube channel. Subscribe to WFUV Sports to catch our simulcast Saturday nights and get notifications so you never miss another show. Miss the show? You can find on-demand segments, interviews, and highlights every week. WFUV Sports, home to New York's longest-running sports call-in show and the flagship station of Fordham Athletics.
I'm Andrew Galata alongside Nick DeLuca, and we're going to get into talking here about the World Series as it did wrap up with the Dodgers winning in 6 games, and Corey Seager was the MVP. And again, I think we're going to get into really talking about this Game 6 matchup. We talked about it earlier, but obviously the big thing was Kevin Cash pulling Blake Snell here after only throwing 73 pitches in the 6th inning, and he was just throwing an absolute gem. I know we touched upon it earlier, but I don't know about you, Nick. I just strongly disagree about this decision. It just shows analytics. I love it when, like, you know, you're developing guys and you're trying to find a guy, really trying to find maybe a diamond in the rough. I really like, you know, the piece of that game. But during in-game, it's also football too and other sports, I don't like predicting guys through analytics. Like when you're in-game in situations, to me, if you're a manager, you got to know your players. And to me, that's kind of the most important thing.
Well, I do like the analytics in game. I think they're really important to focus on. I think that there was just a lapse in judgment about how the game script was going. And that's the distinction that I think I want to make, because there seems to me to be this war that is starting on analytics. And we'll get into this a little bit later too, with the hiring of Tony La Russa, because I think that's really where some of this stuff stems with, as baseball sees this decision and the ramifications of. The first thing I'll say is that this poor decision happened in Game 6 of the World Series. There were 27 other teams, 28 other teams that would have loved to have botched that decision in Game 6 of the World Series. You know why they didn't? Because they didn't get there. So I think it's important to understand that, look, the Rays' philosophy is one that can win. I think at the end of the day, they just weren't good enough. They didn't have enough talent, in part because they have a payroll that is equal to the contracts of Giancarlo Stanton, DJ LeMahieu, Masahiro Tanaka, and Aroldis Chapman combined. So the Yankees have 4 players who make as much as the Rays' entire payroll. I agree with you that he should not have taken him out in that game, in particular because when you look at the game script and how it had gone so far, I know what the numbers say, but he's rolling. So he's pitching well and had success against those guys in that game. You're talking about 6 strikeouts. It's not even, oh, I got him out, but it was a hard hit ball. It's 6 strikeouts. So you got to understand that with 72 pitches. And I know that Tampa Bay wants to be ultra aggressive in going to their bullpen because it had been very good. You also need to understand, again, as I said, that you're not going to Nick Anderson in that spot. If you feel like you really need to pivot and go elsewhere, then I'm going to Diego Castillo in that moment because I think he's their most reliable reliever and certainly more reliable than Anderson had been in his last 6 or 7 appearances when he yielded a run in each of them. So I get all of that. All I'm saying is that I just don't think that teams and fans and organizations are going to want to sit there and say, we don't have reasoning behind what we're doing. How would fans and organizations react if Kevin Cash went out to the mound and then in his post-game press conference said, well, I had a gut feeling about Nick Anderson, and that's why I pulled Blake Snell?
Yeah,
it's not going to work.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of interesting because what you just described is kind of what happened in the 2015 World Series with the Mets with Matt Harvey, because that was basically the reason that he went back out to the ninth inning, was because Terry Collins felt like he had a gut feeling that Harvey was going to finish the game. And obviously that didn't work. But to me, it's just a kind of a different situation because Harvey was, in the eighth inning, 100 and some odd pitches, 115 pitches. And, again, I feel like it's definitely something where I think in today's game, as you were saying, like, at least like in the post-game pressure, he did have the numbers behind him. Look, Snell historically through the third time through the order just hasn't been there. But to me, at a certain point, I think this happened now a few times during the postseason. Snell has been pulled early in games when he's dealing. And especially, as you said with the Rays, they're not as good as a team. You probably had to steal 2 more games to win that series. And I feel like with your best pitcher on the mound, you kind of need him to go more than, 5+ innings if you're going to want a chance. That bullpen was taxed. I mean, a reason that Nick Anderson, hasn't been that effective is because he's pitched so much. And that's the same for a lot of guys in that bullpen, as good as they are. I just feel like, at a certain point, you have to know your players in some situations. And, sometimes that's, the gut feelings work. Sometimes they don't. And I don't know. I just feel like maybe I'm old school, but I like to know that my manager, knows the players and really, kind of understands them. And yes, I think using analytics is definitely a point of view. But if I'm Blake Snell right now, I'm not so happy that I got taken out after, pitching really his signature game of his career almost.
No, I agree. And I think it's an all-encompassing understanding of your players and of your organization. I guess where I would make the distinction, and you can call it semantics, but it's that certain analytics will tell you different things. And that's to sit there and say, hey, let's not use analytics. It depends on how you want to define them. But an analytic can be defined as Blake Snell through 5 innings, gave up 1 hit and no runs. That's an analytic. And that analytic is at war with Blake Snell the third time through the order it has an ERA that jumps higher than what it is the first 2. So to me, the issue is, and this is where I feel like the perception is off, that managers don't just blindly follow, hey, this is the number that we all, this computer says this, because the computer is putting out, unless you always follow one number, which I don't believe that they do. But if that's the distinction that you want to make, then fine. If there is we always follow what the number says the third time through the order. If he's bad third time through the order, we're always pulling him. He's never facing the lineup a third time through the order. But I don't think that that's the case, because if Blake Snell was throwing a perfect game, for example, he came pretty close. But if he's throwing a perfect game, he's not coming out. So I don't think that that's the case. Or we like the batting average. I'll give you another example in a second about Gary Sanchez in game 1 of the ALDS when the Yankees matched up with the Rays. But what people need to understand is that these analytics are sometimes at war with each other. What you want to do is say that your manager needs to be smart about which one he's picking. But it's never a clear-cut, hey, this computer is telling me how to manage the game. There are decisions that need to be made based upon all available information, and that's what a manager is trying to cipher through. And the one example that I'll throw out there before we get deeper into this is Gary Sanchez in game 1 of the ALDS, right? The Yankees are playing the Rays, and in part this decision is made because of Kyle Higashioka catching Garrett Cole. So that's a part that I'm going to ignore right now, but that was also a big part of it. Gary Sanchez had the most homers of his career off of any starting pitcher against Blake Snell. He's had the most success. He and David Price are tied. I believe it's 5 in his career. But Gary Sanchez, through the duration of this year, struggled mightily and had not hit well leading up to that postseason game. In the past in Cleveland, he didn't really do much. He did hit the 1 home run. But the point is, he wasn't having success recently, but his history against Snell was good. That's an analytic telling you that he is struggling recently, versus another analytic that is telling you his career numbers are very good. The distinction to me is that you need to be able to read the player, read the room, and understand which one makes more sense in the context of the game that you're playing. But to say, oh, don't use analytics, that it's not that simple, because there are two analytics that will lead you to two different conclusions.
No, I mean, I agree. I do think that analytics should be used. I think that was actually a good way of putting it, maybe weighing, which one to use at the certain time. And maybe that's how the whole managing position goes, which I think is interesting when you bring in a guy like Tony La Russa, which we're going to talk about later. If you're a guy that, and I think the Rays kind of started this and they kind of led the trend, if you can find a manager that is a good decision maker with the right analytics, and I do think that's something that, the Rays hit on, and they kind of built a team to fit that. And they have that philosophy in place. Kevin Cash agreed to follow it, and, so did Blake Snell. So, I mean, I guess I do understand that. And, when you make a wrong decision, it's like, okay, but that's the role that this manager has been put in. How should we, with all this information, how do we, compile it and make a decision? And that's something that I think some teams use a ton, and I think some teams maybe a little less. And that's something that I'm very interested to see, especially the small market teams, is how much they use analytics to not only, make decisions in game, but also kind of build their teams as well.
Yeah, I think there's certainly a balance. And I'm not sitting here telling you that you need to be married to every number that becomes available. But at the same time, I think the idea that you're going to ignore the information that is presented to you is, one, dumb, because you're ignoring a great competitive advantage, but two, will just not work for your players with the environment that players have grown up in right now. There are a number of guys who want that information, who want to understand, and it's in part the players that are being coached. The players want to understand the decisions that are being made and why they're being made. Hey, why am I not pitching in that situation? Why am I being taken out versus why is that guy coming in, or anything else? Do you think Blake Snell went to Kevin Cash's office and asked him why he took him out? Well, Kevin Cash needs to have a response, or tell him or explain to him, this is why we made the decision that we did. So I think that it's in part a product of the competitive advantage and trying to gain the edge of understanding and of players and putting them in the best positions to succeed, but also to explain to today's Major League Baseball player, hey, this is what we're doing and this is why we're doing it, and we'll let you know and understand why we're making the decisions that we're making.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with players buying into that philosophy, which I think the Rays did extremely well. I mean, probably at the beginning of the season, they brought the whole team in and was like, look, we're going to be more analytically based. We're probably going to show you the numbers. I mean, there's no doubt that I feel like Kevin Cash has had many discussions with Blake Snell, like third time through the order, we're not as confident as you. And maybe in the fifth inning, after you give up a hit and now we're going to face Mookie Betts, we're going to yank you. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. And I'm just interested to see if players would, especially in free agency, would they want to go to a team like that? Or, maybe they want to go to a team that maybe it's more like a gut feeling. Maybe they want to play for a Tony La Russa. It's going to be interesting, especially with the new age of player. See kind of how that switch goes over in Major League Baseball. But as you did say earlier, I do want to talk about the Dodgers, because they are the World Series champions and they just had a wonderful season, and they've been knocking on the door so many times, and they finished the deal here. And between Kershaw, Betts, and Seager, he won Series MVP. All of them have been just so good. And again, I feel like, first of all, congratulations to the Dodgers for, getting to this point, winning the World Series and finally closing the door.
Yeah, you break the drought after a long time and a lot of close calls. And the postseason, tough outs in 2017, you get to Game 7, and then you find out what the Astros were doing. And in 2018, you get back and run into a really hot Red Sox team, and then a crushing loss in the playoffs last year to the eventual World Series champion Washington Nationals. So you feel like, okay, we're banging our head against the wall. What's going to make the difference? And then they make this trade in this offseason to get Mookie Betts, and you're sitting there saying, okay, this is the year for them. And if they don't win this thing, when is it going to happen? Because they were as good as can be last year, and it ran out in the postseason. And now you're adding another guy who won an MVP, who's been a World Series champion in Mookie Betts, to an already dynamic lineup. This is a team that needs to win right now. And I was super impressed with the group that they put together, and then that they went out and did it, because they had the starting pitching that was there. That lineup was as good as there is in Major League Baseball. And then to get Corey Seager hot, to have Justin Turner perform, to have Mookie Betts get things going, I thought he really made an impact defensively, even when his bat wasn't at 100% throughout time, during the times in that postseason. And then they get contributions from other guys. Will Smith hits a huge home run in the NLCS as they erase a 3-1 deficit. So this whole run was just engineered by a really impressive group of players. And then they figure out the things at the back end of their bullpen. It was a struggle at times. It wasn't perfect. Kenley Jansen struggled. They had to rely on Blake Trinan to do some things and really get them out of certain situations as a guy who they really had confidence in at the end. But they were able to figure things out in terms of the bullpen. Brusdar Graterol and Joe Kelly as well in that bullpen. But just really impressive overall, because it's as much as difficult as it is to win a World Series, sometimes it really is difficult when you're the favorite. And that was the team that everyone was pointing at and saying, you should be the one that's going to win the World Series. This is hands down your thing to lose. You're the best team and the best roster. And then you fall behind 3-1 to Atlanta. Sometimes you get some bad luck in there, but things didn't look good for a time. They jump out to the 2-0 series lead, and then the Rays come storming back and they lose a tough game 4 to make it 2-2, and things are wavering a bit. But this was a team that we knew from the outset was the best team. They just had to go out and do it, and they went out and did it, and all the credit goes to the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, to me, they're just a real juggernaut. I mean, when you look at it, even when things went wrong for them, they just had an answer. It seems like every time a team was able to get a lot of momentum, you talk about the 3-1 lead, you talk about the game against the Rays, where just that crazy ending, and then they were able to just take the momentum back so easy. And it just shows you, their stars. You have Kershaw, who just, to me, pitched outstanding and really kind of just showed, like, look, he can pitch in the postseason too, and really solidifies his legacy as he finally gets that World Series ring. And then Betts, as you were saying, maybe, sometimes his bat wasn't good, but then he was making these outstanding plays in the field that also win you games. I mean, it's not all about hitting, the base running that he's able to do, the little things. And that just shows you, what MVP players do with Betts. And then, I think their depth was also outstanding, which you talked about as well. And I want to highlight one more name, Julio Urias. He, to me, pitched outstanding. And, a young kid comes in here and, with Jansen struggling, he's able to come up and really pitch some really big innings for this team. And, as a juggernaut team, it just showed there is so much talent on their roster. And to me, they're not done yet. They are young. They're a young team. They have a lot of stars. They obviously have Mookie Betts now locked up for a ton of years. It's going to be interesting to see what this team could do, not only, next year, but going forward for a long time.
Yeah, Urias is an omission on my part, because he was really good for them at the back end as well when talking about that bullpen. But, I think it's interesting, because you're sitting there saying, can this be a team that could put together a dynasty? Can they win now that they've won one? That they've broken the glass ceiling? Are they going to be able to perhaps run off another one in a row, maybe 2 or 3 in the next 4 or 5 years, and be a team that's constantly in contention in the way that they have been? It's sometimes difficult for teams to remain competitive, but that's something that they have done throughout the last number of years pretty impressively, because you take a look at some of the past World Series champions, like the Boston Red Sox, who sort of go all or nothing, where you get into 2018 and you had a great season, and then the next couple of years things have been down and they're kind of rebuilding right now. And the Dodgers have never really done that. They have remained constantly competitive. So I've been just really impressed with their whole organization, and I think that they are here to stay, as evidenced by them being here to stay for the last number of years. Again, in the World Series, 1 win away in 17, in the World Series in 18, playoff loss in 19, and then win it in 2020. So they're going to be a team that's going to be a factor. I think Mookie Betts is a huge addition to that team, as we saw this year, and then to sign him moving forward is going to be a big deal. They've got the starting pitching, the bullpen, they were able to figure it out. And that lineup is as good as anyone. And again, I don't think anyone's sitting there saying that Mookie Betts played his best throughout that postseason, nor did Cody Bellinger. They came up where it mattered most in some big spots. But if they can get more consistency from them, or at least the option to have them play well, while maybe Corey Seager doesn't play as well, and we haven't really even gotten into him as the World Series MVP, but they've got enough weapons on that offense and in that lineup that they can be around for a long time.
It's just crazy in my mind because also they have the money to lock up these guys. And when you have such a good organization where you can produce young talent, you can lock up your long-term guys, you can add stars like Mookie Betts. Oh, it's just, again, this team is really built to me to win in the long haul. And I think, if you're looking at large market teams, that could, have a large payroll and really, build a sustainable winner, I think everyone's now going to look at the Dodgers, and I think the Yankees, I think are going to try to do it. I think the Mets with their new owner, we're going to get into that. I think they're going to look to try to do that. I think, a lot of other teams will, because it's something that, when you can spend the money, but then also build young talent, that's such an invaluable asset that to me is something that the Dodgers is going to make them good for a really long time.
Yeah, I think it's always a tough mind to toe and a good balance that you need to have when you do have those resources available, because you don't want to shut out the potential for bringing in a really good player. Mookie Betts, as an example, they had to trade for him, but then in part it was because they were going to give him the big contract that they were able to make that move. And the Yankees in the same way, when they signed Garrett Cole, you're not going to sit there and say, hey, we need to build through our organization or build through the draft when Garrett Cole wants to come pitch for you. So you do need to be judicious with the money, but at the end of the day, it's some of that homegrown talent and those stars that don't become available, and those are the players that you need to win the World Series. As great as it is, but there are reasons at times that guys are going to free agency, and I'm talking about the lineup. Right? There's a reason that Mookie Betts isn't a guy who hits free agency. Cody Bellinger isn't out there. Corey Seager isn't a guy that hits free agency. Again, when you're talking about the Yankees, Aaron Judge in that same way, that caliber of player, those guys aren't available. So you do need to get that balance of building through the draft and building through your organization, because at the end of the day, even though you have those resources, you can't pay everybody. You need to get contributions from guys who are not making $25 and $30 million a year. And that's where the organizational structure and being able to have quality players and quality depth come through becomes really important. And the Dodgers did that better than anyone in 2020.
No, yeah, for sure. And what I want to touch on really quickly is, look, this was a 60-game season. And I think a lot of people are going to talk about it, especially coming into the season. Was there going to be an asterisk and like stuff like that? You kind of had the COVID outbreaks. Like, how was that going to kind of affect the season? Like, even in the regular season, some weird rules. You had the runner on second base to start off the extra innings and stuff like that. And just in my opinion, I feel like the Dodgers kind of shut all that off because they were the best team, and the best team won the World Series in my mind. So, hats off to the Dodgers, because that's why I really think that this season is, full. And to me, like, I think the Dodgers are the World Series champions because they showed, even with all the other stuff, the outside noise, that they are far and above the best team right now in the MLB.
Yeah, I don't think there should be any asterisk because it was a pretty normal postseason format. You can argue that maybe the best team potentially couldn't have gotten into the playoffs, but once they expanded it and you have enough teams when you bring in 8 on each side, there's no way that the team that would have won the World Series didn't make the playoffs. So then you're just talking about a normal playoff format, and you just had a lesser regular season, and then dealing with everything else and COVID and all the other distractions and outside noise that presented itself in addition to just having to play baseball on the field. So no, I don't think so. I think the Dodgers just managed this better than everybody else and had a better team than everybody else. There should not be an asterisk at all because this is really regular baseball. There was no difference. The difference was in the regular season, but once you get to the playoffs, it was the same. You got the right teams in the playoffs. There wasn't anybody who you felt like, wow, this team was really good and didn't get in. You had enough time over the 60 games if you weren't a top 16 team in Major League Baseball, and then you get into the postseason run, which is unpredictable, whether it's 162 or 60. The Dodgers are a legitimate World Series champion. They were the best team, and they won it.
Yeah, completely agree. And I think the biggest point that you brought up was, look, 16-team playoff. Like, if you were going to win the World Series and you couldn't get into a 16-team playoff, I don't care if it was 60 games, 50 games. If you couldn't get into that, you weren't going to win the World Series, hands down. And I do think that there were a lot of teams that made the playoffs that probably shouldn't have. And that's why I definitely want to go back to the old format if we have the whole 162-game season. But again, I feel like for this year, such a crazy year. Having this format, I think, really worked. And I think the MLB is probably very pleased with the results, as the best team did win the World Series. So we are going to take a quick break before we get into our headline segment with Jack Roche. We're going to get into AJ Hinch and his hiring, and then also Tony La Russa probably continue the analytics segment as well. Excuse me. We will be right back after the short break.
Be sure to follow WFUV Sports on all of our social media platforms. At WFUV Sports on Twitter, at WFUV_sports on Instagram, and WFUV Sports on Facebook and YouTube. WFUV Sports, home to New York's longest-running sports call-in show and the flagship station of Fordham Athletics.
Joining Nick DeLuca and Andrew Galata on this spooky evening, I've got some MLB headlines. I'm Jack Roche, and we have a lot to talk about with the managerial decisions between two AL Central teams. We're just 4 days out from the World Series, but we're going to talk about the Detroit Tigers. They hired AJ Hinch, former Astros manager. He was fired from Houston due to his involvement with the Astros cheating scandal leading up to their World Series win in 2017. He now finds himself with a young team in Detroit with a lot of talent. So guys, any initial reactions to the move, and how does this shake things up in the AL Central?
I think to me, it's a little too soon to hire AJ Hinch, as I said earlier, because look, we're only a year off of that, monumental scandal where he was the head of, in my opinion, or maybe not the number one, but he was there, he knew about it. And to me, this just shows that other teams, look, I do think he's a good manager, and look, he built a World Series winning team. So that's obviously, if you're, a young franchise, like, the Tigers have a young team, like I definitely see the intrigue in that, but I don't know. Right now, I would try to stay away from that. I think the negative press that could come of AJ Hinch right now is way too big with a young team. I could see things spiral out of control. It kind of reminds me of back in the day with the bounty scandal with the Saints. And then Greg Williams was hired only a year after as well with the Rams. And then that defense was just awful. Jeff Fisher was the head coach, and it didn't really work out. So again, I could see it either way because AJ Hinch did build a World Series winner from basically scratch like the Tigers are doing. But I don't know. Right now, too much really negative press right now.
I understand the intrigue from the Tigers' perspective because there probably wasn't a ton of intrigue in that job. And that's, I think, where I'm going with this more so than anything else. And you mentioned, Jack, on the back end of your question about how does this shake up things in the AL Central? To answer that question, it doesn't, because the Tigers are awful. They are an awful organization, and that's just the reality of the situation. So they have, I think, built a little bit better through the draft and in their organization prospect-wise, but they are still years and years off from being anything remotely competitive. This is not a good baseball team. So again, I understand why Detroit wanted to make a move because they probably couldn't attract a manager of the caliber of AJ Hinch, or at least with that resume. I think in part it's a little bit inconclusive about how good of a manager AJ Hinch is right now, because there's some spooky stuff that was going on in Houston for at least 2017. And I got to tell you, I'm skeptical about the idea that that didn't continue after 2017, when they apparently didn't get caught until after the 2019 season. So I don't know how legitimate all that stuff was. At the end of the day, it's just, as you said, Andrew, negative press. And it could happen and work one of two ways, where you feel like AJ Hinch is going to come in and do a very good job, so it won't matter anyway, or it's going to take away from some of the job that your young players are trying to get done and develop. And if you feel like AJ Hinch can be a difference in that, that's great. I don't believe that really for a second, because I don't think a manager can have that much impact on the players that he is coaching. I think it's about the organizational structure and how from AA on, you're being developed by any number of coaches in that organization, and how you draft and the players that you bring in. So I don't think that AJ Hinch makes enough of an impact on this organization to make it make sense. I agree with you that it is too soon to make this move, but at the end of the day, if the Tigers win, I'll shut up and listen, because that's all that matters.
Now, on the other side of that, Nick, you said that the Tigers stink. Is that right?
Yeah, they do.
We were saying that about the Astros for so long. And it took a guy like AJ Hinch to come in and develop a lot of that young talent. And I understand you can't put that all on one person. But they were a team that were bad for a long time. And you look at a team like the Tigers, who have been bad for a long time, and they've got a lot of really talented young arms. Does that matter at all? And do you think that they can make a similar ascent that the Astros did?
I think that's kind of the interesting thing, because he did do it before. As you said, I mean, look, that Astros team was a laughingstock of the MLB for a few years there. They were like almost openly tanking to try to get the first pick, and it worked out for them. They won a World Series, obviously the cheating scandal, but still it did work out, and they were able to get rings out of it. And it's interesting to see what Hinch could do, though. I mean, to me, it's something that, can he do it again? Was he the only reason that it happened? Obviously, he's not the one picking the players. That's more, on the front office level. But I do think that he could manage kind of a young team, and I think he has that experience, and I think that does help. And the one thing that Nick said, which I thought was really interesting, was that no one really else wanted that Tigers job, because they're just such in a bad spot. So for them, there is a lot of upside. Yes, there is some downside, but for them, you do look at that upside, and I definitely understand why they would make that move.
Again, I understand it from Detroit's perspective. I'm just going through here. So we're 23-58 this year in the 60-game. Sorry, 23-35. That's my fault. But 23-35 in the 60-game season, 58-game season. They didn't make it to 60 this year. But 47-114 in 47 wins. That is 47 wins. That is close to the fewest wins in Major League history, if it's not. And I won't go through to embarrass them to look it up, but it's close. I remember seeing that that 47 wins is close to the worst. So I understand it, but at the end of the day, the Astros, and it's hard to ignore this ascent without talking about the cheating. Like I want to say that it's that they built a winner there, but it's hard for me to say. And I know that they had some success this year. They were also under 500 in the regular season. They got a little bit hot, but the Tigers were also the Astros were also able to bring in the right players. Because I think when you look at Carlos Correa, when you look at Alex Bregman, when you look at Jose Altuve, those are talented baseball players. And George Springer in that group as well as the core that they brought through. And then they're able to trade for Justin Verlander and trade for Garrett Cole. And I think their pitching staff was good, and the bullpen was good enough in the teams that had success. So I think it's going to take more, as you guys have alluded to, than just simply AJ Hinch. He was able to do it in Houston as a byproduct of the organization that was able to bring in good players. Whether Detroit can do that or not remains to be seen. I think you can be confident in some of the young players that they have brought in, but at the end of the day, AJ Hinch was also unsuccessful the first go round in Arizona, and that's part of the context of this conversation too. So we'll see. It remains to be seen. It's hard to say because nothing has happened yet. He hasn't managed a game in his career with the Tigers yet. But to me, it can go just as well as it went in Houston, but also not to ignore that he was with another organization and has managerial experience with Arizona, and that didn't work out because they didn't provide the right players for him around him. And that's the reality with baseball. The manager's only going to do so much. It's about the organization and the players that you're bringing in.
One quick hit for Andrew before we move on to the topic that everyone wants to hear about. Andrew, does this open the door for a potential Red Sox Alex Cora reunion?
I think it does. And I do think that the Red Sox want Cora back. That's the one thing. I mean, it's interesting. We'll see what ends up happening. But I do think now, like that one team did it. Now the Red Sox are probably like, we can do it too. And I do think that the Red Sox want, him back. He won them a World Series. Obviously, I feel like a lot of people, within that organization felt like, look, they underperformed greatly this year. Obviously, rebuilding year, but still, and Ron Renicky definitely wasn't the guy. And even when they hired him, it just seemed like he was kind of that placeholder for Alex Cora to return anyways. So I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't happen, but I actually expect it to happen.
Staying in the AL Central, we've got a new man at the helm in Chicago, and that's 76-year-old Tony La Russa. He's 9 years removed from managing, and he's officially skipper of one of the league's brightest young teams. We've already heard some stories about how this has ruffled some feathers of people in the organization, and it seems like a big factor leading to this hire was his relationship to owner Jerry Reinsdorf. Guys, how much does this positively or negatively, or even at all, affect the White Sox in their pursuit of becoming a real contender?
I think for me, I don't think this really makes a lot of sense, and it may stunt them a little bit because Tony La Russa, 76 years old, and at a certain point, I feel like you kind of got to be a player's coach. And when he was managing, the philosophies are different than it is now, and that's really what it is. Maybe he kind of changes things, and he's going to be like an analytics coach, but I just doubt that. As an old guy, you can't teach old dog new tricks, and I don't know. For me, that team is so young, so electric, and you bring in this 76-year-old to go manage. I mean, look, he's had a ton of success. You definitely can't deny that. But I don't know, the old coaches, it's happened before. Davey Johnson, I think he was another guy came in, even though having a lot of success. When 30 years later, it's a different game. Even for La Russa, 10 years later, it's a different game. And right now, with such an electric young team, I just don't understand it.
I was baffled by this decision when I saw it come through on my phone on Twitter. I was shocked to see it, and I knew that La Russa had been rumored to have been linked to that job, and I hadn't heard a ton about it, but I was really, really surprised, and in particular, just at first that he would be interested in managing again, because when you're out for 9 years and you're retiring as the manager of a team that just won the World Series, what are you looking for? But again, he didn't have a ton of success in that other chair of working in the front office where Tony La Russa went. Teams did not tend to win. Maybe he wanted to try his hand again at being successful at something that he had been really good at. But I agree with you, because this is just it's what I've been stressing on this show when we're talking about baseball has been the organizational structure. If you are seeing a theme and a pattern in the way that I'm breaking down these things, good, because that's what I'm trying to convey. Teams with good organizational structure win. The Dodgers win. The Yankees win because they have very solid and sound organizational structure. And that, to me, is the worst part of this hire, because not everyone is on board. there is a rift already between the front office and the manager that they just brought in, because the front office didn't want to hire him and the owner went around the front office to hire the manager. So now, really, in essence, the front office reports to the manager who reports to the owner. So you have screwed up your whole organizational structure already before we've even played a game. And that, to me, is the most disappointing and curious aspect of this whole hire. Because we can talk about the whole time, and Andrew went on about how is he going to relate to the players. And we talked a little bit about this in the open. We were talking about the Rays, about today's baseball player who wants to know which decisions are being made and why they're being made. And it's hard for me to say because I don't know how Tony La Russa is going to manage. He's going to be more analytically driven than he was in 2011 because he's going to have to be. That's how baseball works now, and there's just more of a focus and more information available. He's going to pay attention to it. I think Tony La Russa is a smart guy. He didn't become one of the greatest managers in baseball history by not being that way. So he'll pay attention to it. But is he going to do it in the way that players expect and players want? And that's the question, because is he going to be able to explain to them, yeah, it was the third time through the order that we didn't like? Is he going to be able to give them the information that they want in scouting reports and things? And that's not all him, but just is he going to be able to communicate with today's Major League Baseball player, not so much even on a personal level, but also in baseball language, which I think is in today's Major League Baseball a more difficult challenge. But to me, it's the biggest issue is the organizational structure that Jerry Reinsdorf has now circumvented and created a problem. And I'll tell you this right now, if things don't go well, there are going to be fingers pointed early on about, hey, we didn't hire this guy. We don't like him. There are some pretty big and hefty expectations that exist on the south side of Chicago, and we don't want to deal with that.
And let's not forget, La Russa's a guy who has the third most wins in MLB history. He's a Hall of Famer. What do we say if Chicago comes out looking even better than they did last season?
It would be, I mean, I wouldn't, like, I do understand, like, in sports it happens a lot where, you know, you have a really young team and you bring in kind of like the grandfather figure and he's able to guide them to victory. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. It's just, I do think that Nick kind of hit it on the head. I don't really think this team, you know, will do that because organizational structure, I think, in baseball is really big. And this situation reminds me a little of, in football, the Jets. I mean, like when you have all this maneuvering around, you know, the owner picks one guy, you know, the front office likes another guy, the owner goes over him. It's something that, and I feel like for winning baseball teams, you know, these teams, their front offense and their owners are aligned together and they're able to make decisions together. And that's really how you create a successful baseball franchise.
And look, they are running a risk by doing this, and that doesn't mean that there can't be a reward, because when you look at the White Sox roster, they have Luis Robert and Eloy Jimenez and Lucas Giolito. Like, they have players, and they're a good team. Jose Abreu, who I didn't even get to. So at the end of the day, how much does a manager matter? And I think that that's part of this conversation, because I would argue not too much. Right? Like if you have a bunch of really good players, you're going to win games. And my issue is if things don't go well, how does that affect them? Because that's what you're most worried about. I think that if they can get off to a good start, if they win, no one's going to say anything. That's how sports works. That's how the organization works. And they might win as a product of the players that they have on the field because they have a very good roster. But if things don't go well, if you have some adversity, if this team doesn't, say, make the playoffs or is not any better than it was last year, you're going to be sitting there scratching your head saying, look, we didn't want this guy from a front office perspective. Tony La Russa is going to assume a bunch of power and say, hey, maybe we don't have the right players in place. There's going to be some finger pointing and some blame being placed by two sides that are sort of at war with each other. So I just think that's not the smartest way to operate as an organization, because inevitably you're going to face some adversity. And when you have two sides that are brought together in a forced marriage and sitting there saying, yeah, we didn't really want to work together in the first place, that's where tension can create. And when you have warring managers, staff, and front office, that generally doesn't breed a great organizational structure and breed winning.
No, yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Because look, when everything's going well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like everyone's going to be happy, everything's going to be going well. I mean, the problem is when you hit struggles, who's going to point the finger to who? And again, that's something that I think will eventually come up because it does throughout sports. Adversity is something that's going to happen. And, for this White Sox team, it's interesting. I mean, I do understand getting the older guy and Jerry Reinsdorf. He's made some questionable decisions in the past. A lot of fans out in Chicago kind of reminded when they, fired Phil Jackson, and that didn't work out. So that's why I think a lot of bad memories are there. But again, this is something that I think, it's something to watch out for. I mean, you have a young up and coming team and you bring in a 76-year-old coach. It's just something that to me doesn't make much sense. So after we're going to take a quick break, and then after we're going to get into the Mets, Steve Cohen, continue our baseball conversation. And I do think that we're going to continue with this organizational structure. Now the Mets are trying to build it. So that's definitely going to be something very interesting to talk about. You are listening to One on One on 90.7 FM.
To support the WFUV Sports Department, visit support.wfuv.org to become a member or make a one-time donation. WFUV Sports, home to New York's longest-running sports call-in show and the flagship station of Fordham Athletics.
Alongside Nick DeLuca. And now I want to talk about the Mets, as there was some monumental news here for this franchise, as Steve Cohen has bought the franchise for $2.42 billion. And Mets fans get their guy. I mean, as a Mets fan, I mean, you're just really ecstatic. And, after really suffering through the Wilpons and the penny pinching and really just an overall badly run organization, you do get to the World Series in 2015, but this team over the last 5 years, they've had a ton of talent, and it just seems like they keep on falling on their face. And, with all of the different scandals that they've had, you go back to the Bernie Madoff stuff, like 10, 15 years ago, it's just to have a new guy in town. It's really just a breath of fresh air. And a lot of Mets fans, I mean, they're kind of treating Steve Cohen as their savior. And honestly, I don't blame him because he's, I think, could fix this here for the Mets.
Yeah, I don't think too many people are going to be crying as the Wilpons walk out the door. I think that's going to be something that is accepted pretty widely by most Met fans who won't be too upset to see a change in ownership. And it's exciting if you're a Mets fan because you do have so many resources available to you that were not available previously. And in baseball, that's a huge deal, more so than even any other sport, because you do have that inequality in ownership, right? You have a salary cap in the NFL, in the NBA. You can't necessarily gain that competitive advantage the way you can in baseball, where you can outspend a number of teams and get players who are better than the players that are going, to other organizations because of the financial flexibility that you have, and bring in some elite talents in free agency. So it's not something that you want to ignore. it's a big time move and a big time thing for the New York Mets. Again, the only thing that you got to caution is it's still about the organizational structure. It's still about bringing in young players because you're not spending on everyone. That's not how this works. Because at some point, because of the luxury tax, it can become counterproductive. You're lining the pockets of your competitors. But at the end of the day, there's no way to spin this too negatively for the Mets, because you have to be confident in not only Cohen coming in, but that he's going to bring in Sandy Alderson and that they'll get the baseball operations turned in the right direction, because it was certainly in the wrong direction during the tenure of Brodie Van Wagenen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this Mets organization, Cohen is going to come in here and he's going to change a lot of things. And I think the one big thing about the Wilpons is that, everyone talks about how cheap they were, with getting guys and free agents, but they were cheap just running the organization. They had 3 analytics members in their front office, and they were all interns. Like, to me, the way baseball is going, when you only have 3 interns as, in your analytics department, I think that's something that will change. And I think with Steve Cohen, it's international spending, money there. It's analytics in the minor leagues. It's trying to, be able to develop guys. I think that's something that will be an organizational shift. And obviously you can't say it's going to happen, but at least that change and that possibility that, it may happen. And like that the Mets may become, a well-run organization, that's going to make everyone smile. And, if you're a Mets fan and down in Queens, as, if you can build a winner from the ground up, really starting off with, owner, then you have Sandy Alderson. Hopefully he brings in a good GM. It'll be interesting to see if Brodie Van Wagenen does stay on. I mean, as a Mets fan, I think it's time for him to go. But again, I feel like right now, just getting that new fresh start is something that is really huge for the Mets.
Yeah, I think a fresh start is crucial for them because of some of the pain that has been inflicted on the organization for quite a number of years now, with some of the difficult decision-making and some of the players that they've had that have underperformed and not been able to put things together. It's been kind of a weird situation where you look at their roster and say, yeah, I think they have a team that's pretty well built to win, but certain things that you felt like were going to be a certainty have faltered. And the bullpen last year comes to mind, and this year in the starting rotation where it was something that you sat there and felt really good about. Well, then Syndergaard is Tommy John and Stroman opts out, and Jacob deGrom is really the only thing that is steady in that rotation, and they don't get much production elsewhere. So they've got a lot to figure out in terms of the roster that they have on right now. I'd like to see them perhaps add a little bit in the starting rotation and figure out and try and shore up that back end. Bullpen is still very much a concern, with Seth Lugo and Gesellman kind of in flux about where they're going to be. I would assume that they would go back into the bullpen, and hopefully the answer is to look for some more starting pitching. And then when you look at the lineup and what are they going to make, what decisions are they going to make on any number of the players that they have in that lineup position player wise, and just see who they want to retain and where they want to go. But I think the focus needs to be replenishing that farm system as well, because it's pretty bare right now with some of the trades that they made. That Stroman trade was a little bit of a head scratcher for them at the time. Now it makes a little more sense, but you'd also have to sit there and say, this is a guy that we really want to re-sign, because letting him walk doesn't make a ton of sense. And we'll see if the Mets are interested and are able to get something done. But they have a lot of questions, and with those questions are also the flexibility to make decisions, which is good, but they will have a lot of things to answer in a short order here with new ownership and a new organization.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with the Mets, I think when you go back to 2015, rewind a little bit, they have this stud starting pitching staff. And then, obviously, if you guys get hurt, the whole thing with Harvey just, it kind of falls apart. But then, last year in 2019, you kind of have this new offensive core that comes up. Pete Alonso bursts on the scene. Jeff McNeil starts hitting good. You have also J.D. Davis comes in and really surprised, really probably the only good move in the Brodie Van Wagenen tenure here for the Mets. So you do have a core, and that's what's kind of interesting. The Mets do have, something here to build on. And it just seems like, they have some star players. They have some, all-stars. And throughout these last 5 years, you would think they'd be a little more competitive than, one World Series trip. And then since then, only one trip back to the playoffs, and they got bounced in the first game of the wild card. It's just, to me, this organization, when you have stars, not stars, but at least all-stars in place, Like they have a team where if you add a JT Realmuto, if you add, someone maybe Marcus Stroman, Trevor Bauer, I think as guys that come to mind, this team isn't far off from, making a playoff run, I feel.
Yeah, but they have to put it together. That's the one frustrating thing, because you feel like they should be a playoff team right now and they're not. So there are also some questions to be asked about, okay, why are some of the players that we have on our roster not putting it together? And look, they've had a number of issues and in part injuries. I mean, that's not something that you can ignore as well, with the injuries that they had in the rotation. And then that sort of handicapped their bullpen, and the offense didn't hit very well in sort of a 60-game season with runners in scoring position and capitalizing on some of the traffic that they were able to generate on the bases. So there were some things that you feel like maybe they can turn around, but I think that's one of the things that they need to ask themselves, because you're trying to figure out exactly what's going on right now, and this team is just sort of underperformed at times. But yes, you feel like if they can make some additions, they can become a team that can contend, but I'd like to see them get there first before you're talking about, hey, we're Real Muto away from being a World Series contender.
Yeah, I think right now with this team and under the Wilpons, under Brody Van Wagenen, they always try to just like band-aid situations. And I really hope that changes. Like, don't, for the catcher situation, don't bring in a Wilson Ramos who, has had some success hitting, but, like isn't this, overall all-star catcher. Same with starting pitching. You bring in Rick Porcello, guys like Michael Wacha. It seems like, like they have a roster that like could contend, and, you have a few guys fall flat on their face, and then you're kind of just stuck in this mess. And, you make some trades for like Robinson Cano, who, look, that trade to me just makes no sense. I know Edwin Diaz did have a pretty good year, under the radar year here in 2020, but that's the thing with the Mets. I don't want them. I'd rather see them get nobody than just patch up these situations. Even this year at the deadline, they had Todd Frazier and Robinson Chirinos. There's just no reason for it. And like with this Mets team, I would like to see just this organization turn over to, let's not band-aid situations. Let's either, tear it down and start new, or let's try to, get some long-term pieces in there. Maybe it's in the farm system as well. And I think that will do a lot to, change, the mood in the organization, and just not to be like, oh, they're the same old Mets and like stuff like that.
Well, that's the product of the organizational structure that I've been talking about throughout the duration of the show with a bunch of organizations, but it comes back to building that farm system, because you can't pay for the young players. That's not how that works. And you will be more active in the international waters about trying to bring in players that way, but there's also a cap in international bonus pool money where that's more competitive about bringing in the young guys. So that's where they need to start, because that's where good organizations win games. And it's not always necessarily about the homegrown talent coming up and being stars, but providing you with depth. It's when there is an injury that the Mets can look to AAA and say, hey, we've got a young pitcher who can be successful for us for 5 or 6 starts throughout the regular season, or a guy who can come in and be a quality depth piece and sort of platoon in a certain situation where we feel like he can hit left-handed pitching well or right-handed pitching well, and then step into a greater role for 15 to 20 to 30 games if there's an injury that crops up. So that's the most pressing thing for me when you talk about their organization and about building up the farm system, because it's not just they have talent, they have talented players, but they need the depth that goes with that, and to be able to carry them through some of the injuries. And that was something that you knew was bound to change coming from 2019 with how well they pitched in the starting rotation. They stayed remarkably healthy. That was a great season for them health-wise, where they had all 5 guys who were able to continue to roll out through 2019. You sat there and said, wow, they've got a great rotation. Well, things changed in 2020 when they had Syndergaard get hurt, and then you have Stroman opt out. So there are certain things from an organizational perspective that they need to get corrected and need to build up. And that's the thing. And the most frustrating thing for me with them, because that's a farm system that should look that way when you are the Yankees or the Rays or the Dodgers, when you are winning a World Series, losing in the playoffs, or 2 wins away from winning a World Series. That's not a team that misses the playoffs when 16 teams are in.
Yeah, I mean, 2 points I want to make. One, that starting pitching staff back in 2019, they were electric, and the Mets still missed the playoffs. So that's something that you have to go back to. Obviously, that had a lot to do with the bullpen just completely floundering in huge situations. And, look, that team was, fun to watch as a Mets fan, but they didn't make the playoffs. They didn't really do anything. They didn't really make much noise. And I think in this 2020 season, you knew replacing Zach Wheeler with Rick Porcello and Michael Wacha wasn't going to work. And I think a lot of it has to do, as you were saying, with depth. And that goes into my second point, which really with this Mets team and under the Wilpons, what the Mets were trying to do is let's get to like the trade deadline and just be like right around in it. And then if we need to make that big splash and actually spend some money, then we can do it there. And it's only like a 2-month period that we have to pay these guys to try to make it big. It worked in 2015. They were kind of 500. Then you bring in a guy like Yoenis Cespedes. He's, that spark plug for your team, and they go to the World Series. That's great. You tried again in 2016 with Jay Bruce. It doesn't work really. I mean, they make the wild card game, but it wasn't, he wasn't good as a Met. And then they tried again with Stroman last year, and it just doesn't work. And that's something that's not a sustainable way of, winning baseball games of, let's just be like barely in it and good enough to the trade deadline and try to get our stars there. You have to build up your stars through this farm system, in the off season, get some free agents as well. That's how good organizations do it. Not let's just be good enough so we can get to 2 months before the season and then try to make a run at it.
You can't do that because you won't have any farm system left to develop.
Exactly.
Because you're sitting there and making those trades and trying to get Yoenis Cespedes, and you're giving up a king's ransom for the star that you don't want to pay for the entire season. And I don't disagree with you that money plays a factor here. And you talked about Band-Aids. Well, that's part of it. They need to provide Band-Aids. They need to go out and sign Michael Wacha and Rick Porcello because they weren't willing to spend on, say, not necessarily Garrett Cole, that type of commitment, but Hyun-Jin Ryu, a guy who was really good with the Dodgers last year, goes to Toronto for $20 million a year, or some of the more reasonable contracts that were given to certain starting pitchers that really could have helped the Mets out, in addition to just the Band-Aid of Wacha and Porcello. So they're all tied together. It does go hand in hand, but at the end of the day, that's the thing that needs to change. I think you did nail that, Andrew, about you got to put your organization in place. It's not about making those trades at the trade deadline, because when you operate in that way, you are really putting yourself at a deficiency from a trade, from an organizational and from a prospect pool standpoint, because you can't really play it in between. You need to declare and decide, and that's, to me, been one of the biggest issues with the Mets these last couple of years. You have to declare and decide which way you're going to run your organization. You can't play it. You can't try and say we're going to build through the draft and operate like the Rays, and we're going to just straight go young players, team control, low payroll, and then screw it all up by trying to play and act like you're the Yankees halfway through the season and make those big trades. It doesn't work that way. The Rays are always committed. When do you see the Rays make a big time mid-season acquisition? Never, because it's all about the prospects that they accumulate. Cleveland doesn't do it in that same way unless they're drawing from a surplus to think about 2 or 3 years from now and save money. These well-run, low-budget organizations. Whereas you look at the Mets, who have played it in between the last couple of years, you can't win that way because they don't have the organization, they don't have the prospects, they don't have the young players. They've held on to a few, but not enough of them that they have given away to try and act like they are making the big play, act like they're trading and they're going to contend by bringing in Yoenis Cespedes and those type of contracts and those type of players. Jay Bruce, as you mentioned as well. You can't play it in between. I think the Mets are now going to be that big organization that will spend, so that's going to be the change. But again, it was the organization. It was never, to me, the problem was never, they won't spend any money. Is that they want to act like they're going to spend money and then not do it and screw it up about, okay, what type of organization are we actually?
And I think that's a perfect way to characterize it because, you go back 2 years ago when the Mets hired Brodie Van Wagenen, and the reason they hired him is because he would do just as you said. He would just be like, make those, let's just make one move that's really big, but let's not go all in. The Mets could have hired Chaim Bloom, a guy from the Rays, goes to the Red Sox, and he was a guy that wanted to tear everything down per reports. He wanted to really, trade a lot of guys, really start from the beginning. And the Wilpons didn't want to do it. And the Mets would probably be in a completely different situation, today if Bloom was running the team, and, who knows what would have happened. But the reason that, the Mets were in that situation is because, look, the Wilpons needed the money, and they felt like, look, this is the most cost-effective way. Let's not even think about the future because, we don't care. And that was something that's how the organization was characterized. And now I feel like with Steve Cohen, especially now, you're going to breathe some new life here into this team. And again, even him coming in this year, like, he didn't take on those big losses like other MLB teams did. I do think that's really big. And even if he doesn't go all in on one guy this year, if he just builds it the right way, I think 5 years down the line, the Mets fans will be very, very happy.
Yeah, I think they will if he builds it the right way, because then you're going to be talking about a team that's a consistent winner. And that's something that I think a lot of Mets fans, it's music to your ears about trying to get that thing in place. And it's going to be a challenge. There's no doubt about it. There's going to be a learning curve. They're going to have to figure out exactly the way they want to do. But one of the most important things, and I think the most productive thing, this is the last thing I'll sort of get at with this, is that the Mets finally have a direction and an identity as an organization. And that's the most positive thing, because now that you are a team that can spend with the best of them, and that's how we're going to operate. It is no longer, hey, are we in between? Are we a team that needs to build on a low budget, or a team that's going to try and make big splashy moves to contend and say, look at me, we spend money? The Mets are the latter, and they've now made that clear with new ownership and Steve Cohen saying he's willing to take losses in the first couple of years to make sure that his team is competitive. They have a direction. Everyone is pulling in the same direction. They know what they are, and I think that is one of the most important things for success.
Yeah, I think that's something that's really big. And as a Mets fan, just knowing that your team, will spend the big money, is not doing this kind of half-seas, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. That's something that's it's just a breath of fresh air. And I think a lot of fans know it's not going to happen overnight, and, they're probably not going to make the World Series next year, but it's the whole thing about, can we, create a long-term winner 5-10 years down the line? That's what the Dodgers did when they brought in new ownership back 10 years ago. And look, now they have a World Series. And that's something that I think the Mets, they have a shot to do it. And, maybe it doesn't happen. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe the challenges are too big. But again, I'm really, really happy and optimistic, probably for the first time in a very long time as a Mets fan, that this organization is, being run the correct way. So before we welcome our first guest from CBS Sports and Pix 11 reporter Justin Walters, we are going to take a quick break. You are listening to One on One on 90.7 FM.
WFUV is the flagship station of Fordham Athletics. Keep it locked right here on 90.7 FM, WFUV.org, and WFUVSports.org to catch every Fordham basketball game this year. We'll take you through an extraordinary season with live play-by-play and in-depth pregame and postgame analysis. WFUV Sports, home to New York's longest-running sports call-in show and the flagship station of Fordham Athletics.
Welcome back into One on One, New York's longest running sports call-in show. I'm Andrew Galata alongside Nick DeLuca, and I'm pleased to welcome CBS Sports and Pix 11 reporter Justin Walters onto the show. How you doing, Justin?
Doing good, man. Glad to be part of the show.
Sounds good. And I wanted to start off here with some New York football and a combined one win for these teams. So it's definitely not been a good start here as we're now going into week 8. But I wanted to start here on a cheery note and just ask you, what's one positive quality about either of these two teams?
Really? Is this how we're starting off? Oh man. Even when we do highlights, as you've heard is a frequent term in television, we usually refer to them now as lowlights when it's the Giants or Jets, just because there hasn't been that much positivity. But if we're going to go for one positive aspect from both of these teams, you might as well say that the Giants technically still have a chance to win this division, as bad as the NFC least has been. That is the only positive element that I can take away. We're only in week 8. There's so many more games in this season, even if they do reach to the end, just because COVID obviously is a fluid situation. We know the Giants just had their first case of it with Will Hernandez, but there still is a chance somehow with the Giants just having one lone win that they can win this division. So that's the only positive aspect I can give to you. Or on the flip side, I'll give you a second part that there could be a chance that maybe Trevor Lawrence is the future quarterback for one of these New York football teams.
You mentioned Trevor Lawrence, so I'll go there. And the quarterback situation for the Giants right now, Daniel Jones has been extremely disappointing, I think it's fair to say, this year. How surprised have you been by that, and how realistic do you think it is that the Giants will go forward at the end of this year and say, hey, we need a new quarterback?
I think it's very realistic, because you also have to remind yourself that GM Dave Gettleman's on borrowed time. He may not make it to the end of this season or into next season. With a new head coach, you're always trying to prove yourself. Joe Judge is probably going to want his guy. We have seen a lot of regression from Daniel. He has good upside, and his breakout game, ironically, was against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last year. So we'll see what he can do this year, but this Tampa Bay team is obviously much better than last year's team. This defense is top-notch. JPP is going to be coming back to MetLife, and he's going to be in a revenge mode, as he's already mentioned on air. But yeah, I think that it's very realistic to think that Trevor Lawrence could be suiting up for one of these New York football teams. And when you have Daniel Jones this season, he just hasn't really shown that next step forward. And unfortunately, you don't get that much time in the NFL, especially in the New York market. It's all about, what have you done for me lately?
If you're the Giants and let's say the Jets take Trevor Lawrence number 1 and you're sitting there at let's say top 5, would you go out and pick another quarterback if Lawrence isn't there? Or let's say if Lawrence is gone, Jones is your best option there and you kind of just stand pat?
I'm not sure, because college football season still has to play out. Justin Fields is another great prospect. The Big Ten is just getting underway. Then you also have Zach Wilson from BYU, and there's so many other quarterbacks that could be coming out. And we have to see what the pro day looks like, the combine, if there is a combine. But there's so many situations, or everything is fluid, as I mentioned. We have to take it literally week by week. But Trevor apparently seems to be a clear-cut number 1 favorite based off of the resume that he already has. But nothing really is guaranteed.
We were searching for bright spots earlier, and while there aren't many, I think the Giants' defense could be one of them. I think that they have played, at least at times and in spots, pretty good defense. What have you seen from them, and you think that that's something that this team can build on as an identity going forward?
I think the front 4 has given you some hope. But overall, they need to clean up the pass defense. There have been a few weeks where there's been some miscommunication, and I think Monday night's going to be a true test of how well built this team is. Reminds you, you're still dealing with, I guess, just the inevitable of working through things through Zoom, not having as much practice time, but this is something everyone is dealing with. Leonard Williams has shown that he's doing much better. Dexter Lawrence also is doing a solid job. Logan Ryan has been a good addition to the team. Jabril Peppers has made a couple of miscues at times, but overall, I think he's still a good building block. We're not expecting the Giants to win a Super Bowl this year, but what you want to have is carryover into next season, things that you can see that, okay, if we continue to fine-tune these skills, overall, this defense will be solid. But I just can't get excited about watching these two New York football teams play, honestly.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, at least for the Jets, flipping it over to them, just talking about their head coach with Adam Gase, and he's just makes a lot of questionable decisions. And I think a lot of people think he's going to be on the chopping block. If not, during the year, definitely at the end of the year. But for the Jets, besides firing Gase, what would be the first thing you do to improve this roster?
Well, you first have to answer the question, is Sam Darnold the right quarterback? And we also have seen, if we're going to go back to Gase, not necessarily in terms of firing him, players that have left him that have excelled. Ryan Tannehill, the list goes on, Devontae Parker. There's been so many players, whether it be at the Miami Dolphins or in other systems. And I know that we looked at this guy as a quarterback guru, especially because he called plays with Peyton Manning, but there's only one Peyton Manning. That ringing endorsement has clearly gone far left, and it's time to move forward to think about, is the reason why we're seeing regression from Sam Darnold because Adam Gase is under the helm? Because if we're going to go to, I'm an Eagles fan, and I know my team hasn't done extremely well, but look at what Carson Wentz has at his disposal, but somehow he's still able to find a way. Now, Carson Wentz by no means should be the quarterback that Sam Darnold is thinking about being about, but Carson Wentz has done a lot with less. And I think that even though we keep asking ourselves, why isn't Darnold able to do a lot of plays with Rashard Perriman out, or even what's the gentleman that the other guy that's always hurt?
Crowder.
Sorry?
Crowder, Jamison Crowder.
Yes, Jamison Crowder, who's also going to be out this week, who's a great inside the 10, maybe get some slants, but the play calls just have been abysmal overall. Mike, we have Becton, which is a good job, but overall, I just think that there are a lot of questions to ask, but you first have to start under center, because any successful franchise is going to make sure that they have their quarterback problem wrapped up.
So I guess we'll have to start under center with you, Justin. Do you think that Sam Darnold is the right quarterback for the Jets?
I do, but I don't think it's going to be – actually, let's backtrack. I don't think that he's the right quarterback for the Jets. I do think he's the right quarterback. I just don't think that this tenure and this marriage is going to work out. But he's going to probably flourish. He's going to be a Ryan Tannehill 2.0 maybe. He's going to go to another city. He's going to be more comfortable there, and he's going to do extremely well. Not to make it comparative to, I know, Andrew, you're a big baseball guy, but to Sonny Gray, not being able to perform as a New York Yankee, but this just isn't the right opportunity for him. And unfortunately, it's because of what he has as a quarterback coach / offensive coordinator / GM, and that being Adam Gase, who wants to have his all hands on deck and be a man of many titles, but assume the role and deflect all the time. He's very aggressive at times, but I should say passive aggressive.
Yeah, and you alluded to baseball, and I think this interview should get a little more positive. So I do want to move over to New York baseball, as there was some huge news with the Mets yesterday, as Steve Cohen has now officially bought the team. So if Cohen comes into Queens and turns the Mets into a winner, which all Mets fans really think that, he has a good chance at doing that, what does some healthy competition between the Mets and Yankees do for not only New York, but really baseball in general?
I think we should just take it one step at a time. I think it's great optimism to have Steve Cohen there, especially the richest MLB owner. We know that the Mets tactics as of late under the Wilpons have been a small market mentality, and that just doesn't fly by in New York. People want them to go after the attractive free agents. So that's a huge deal to have Cohen there. Now I'm curious to see what players they're able to attract. Are they going to be able to attract like a Real Muto? There are going to be players out there that could be interested in coming to the Mets, knowing that they don't have the same approach that they've had in the past. But it all boils down to pitching, and I'd be curious to see if Syndergaard is able to bounce back. Does Stroman come back, or does Stroman go over to the Yankees? But before you start getting these top free agents, you need to have a good core foundation. And pitching is going to be where it starts for the Mets. That's always been one of their main nucleuses.
In 2019, 3 of the top 5 teams in Major League Baseball in terms of payroll missed the playoffs. Now, it's great to have all the money to throw around, but I think it comes back to organizational structure. How confident are you with COHEN coming in? Sandy Alderson's going to be heading baseball operations. Brody Van Wagenen may or may not be coming back. How confident are you in the organizational structure that is going to be put in place to make the Mets a winner?
It remains to be seen because we haven't seen anything from Steve. This is new ownership. We know what Sandy has done in the past, and sure, that does give you hope if you want to focus on the positives that he's done. There have been negatives as well. If you want to go to Cespedes' contract, I think that was something that in the immediate future, it did turn out very well because the Mets did go to the World Series. But on the back burner, maybe there's a reason why no one was trying to offer Cespedes that much money. And it turns out that his double heel surgery, being attacked by a wild boar, and there's just been so many reality stories that we've had with Cespedes that shows like, okay, this was probably one of the worst contracts that was handed out. But with that being said, it's a fresh start. And that's all Mets wanted. It's like, okay, finally, guys, we don't have to worry about ownership being one of the thorns in our side. And I think that you should be at least confident, because if you base it off of the past ownership, there's just so much hope that's in the air for Mets fans. And I'm not a Mets fan, but I feel for them, and I know how they feel.
Reporter for CBS Sports and Pix 11, Justin Walters. Thank you for joining us, Justin.
No doubt, man. Appreciate it.
Check out all of our latest podcasts on WFUVSports.org or wherever you get your shows, including NFL Friday, Nosebleeds, Pick and Pod, 5 on 3, College Gridiron, and FUV FC. Also, our newest edition, Off the Air, diving into the station's legacy with its most prominent alumni. WFUV Sports, home to New York's longest-running sports call-in show and the flagship station of Fordham Athletics.
Back on one-on-one with Nick DeLuca and Andrew Galata. I'm Jack Roche, and it's 2020. Some not so breaking news is that we're still in a global pandemic, but this past week has brought some big headlines with COVID, specifically with college football's brightest star, Trevor Lawrence. He's missing today's face-off against Boston College, and his status against Notre Dame, currently ranked 4th in the country, is up in the air. I want to hear what you guys have to say about their matchup against the Fighting Irish if he's not there, and what that means to a Clemson team that's sitting on top of the standings right now.
I think it's really interesting when just looking at, you have a star player like Trevor Lawrence missing, 1 or 2 games due to COVID-19. And, it kind of points to the question to the college football playoff is, let's say they lost a game or 2 without Trevor Lawrence. Would you keep this team out of the playoff? Because, obviously with, their star quarterback, they, to me, are far and above the best team right now in college football. But when you take out, your star quarterback, who's just been outstanding. And it's just like, would you keep them out if they lost 1 or 2 games compared to a team that was undefeated, or, you know, a team with 1 loss compared to Clemson with 2 losses? To me, that's going to be the most interesting thing. And that's why, like, with this 14 playoff right now, I would love to see, you know, an 18 playoff and kind of maybe like a 16 playoff to just like kind of, because this is probably going to happen, you know, happens to Trevor Lawrence, may happen again. It's something that really raises questions in college football.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't expect Clemson to miss a beat here. I think that they are still, even without Trevor Lawrence, one of, if not the best football team in all of college football. Now, losing Trevor Lawrence sort of levels the playing field a little bit, but I still think they should be okay. Even if they have to play against Notre Dame, I would still expect Clemson to win over Notre Dame without Trevor Lawrence. But it's kind of striking when you see college football's biggest star get COVID, and it just reminds you that this is still here and still very much present and a part of everything that is going on in college football and all the sports that we're trying to play right now. And it's an unfortunate part of it because we like to go in and break down the games and talk about college football and have fun and all that stuff. And it's good that we still have been able to a degree, but it's still a very real thing that we're dealing with right now with COVID-19 and the pandemic and how it's affecting college athletics. But as far as Clemson is concerned, you're first hoping that Trevor Lawrence is okay and that there is no issue with his recovery. Apparently he is, I don't think asymptomatic, but has very mild symptoms with what's going on. So the thought process would be that he is okay and good to go whenever his time away from the team is up, which I believe is 10 days, which would put him in potentially a position to play against Notre Dame, provided that he is able to test negative and also is feeling up to it and feeling healthy. So I think that they should be fine. They should certainly be okay against Boston College today. But it's just the broader issue of understanding that, hey, no one's safe, no one's immune, and you know that we can see people test positive from everywhere, and that it's still something that we're dealing with.
You're right, Nick. And the current report is that he's experiencing mild symptoms, which you mentioned. And I think the assumption around college football right now in circles is that he's going to get over this and he's going to come right back and Clemson's going to keep on winning. And we haven't seen too many cases of quarterbacks testing positive and coming back. And I think the guy you have to look at right now is Cam Newton in the NFL. He was putting up MVP-like numbers, then tested positive for COVID, and hasn't been the same since. Are you afraid of something similar happening with Trevor Lawrence?
I mean, I'm not afraid that it's going to happen. I think a lot with Cam Newton, what that has to do with is also he is on a new team. Trevor Lawrence has been, you know, with Clemson for the last few seasons. So I think with Cam Newton, I think it's also obviously, you know, the complications with COVID. Everyone handles it differently. That's another thing. So, I mean, maybe Trevor Lawrence, I think in the back of your mind, you're a little worried about it. But I think a lot with that Cam Newton situation did have to do with, look, he's on a new team and, you know, he's learning a new playbook. And when you kind of throw COVID into it, it's like, oh, like now I got to get better from that. And I got to jump back in and, you know, run the Patriots again, a completely different system than he was running. And that's something I think it's just like kind of another, you know, another obstacle for Cam Newton. And I think with Trevor Lawrence, I think that he's kind of far and above the best QB right now in college football. And again, I can't guarantee obviously that he's gonna have, you know, no symptoms or anything coming back. But if I'm Clemson right now, I'm not worried about it. I think that, you know, he's going to come back and should be good to go, and definitely hoping for the best for him for sure.
Jack, I'm interested that you brought up Cam Newton because you're right, he hasn't been the same, but I don't think it has anything to do with COVID. I mean, he's far removed now, and maybe it does. I don't think so. I mean, he's tested negative and is good to go. Not saying that he still has COVID or there are potential residual effects, but I just think that the Patriots are not very good right now, and Cam Newton has a number of issues that are not limited to COVID, but also his health of a shoulder, of a foot, and an injury history, in addition to trying to deal with a new team and new teammates and being put in a situation where, you have no help whatsoever with wide receivers and a bunch of stuff that's happening on their defense, even though they really pulled it together on the defensive side of the ball with Belichick. I mean, this was what I said about Cam to begin with, that he wasn't going to have success in that situation, because if Brady couldn't be successful there, Cam wasn't going to walk in at his stage of health and be successful. And I think that's what we're seeing now as opposed to the COVID. So back to Trevor Lawrence. I don't expect there to be much of an issue, because at the end of the day, Trevor Lawrence is now in his third year as a starter with the same head coach. There's more turnover in college. You know who you're throwing to. He was unquestionably the starter. He's been working with Dabo Swinney and that offensive staff for a number of years. They know what's going on. He will be able to step back in and be fine. And he is also not at a talent deficit relative to the teams that he is playing, the way that Cam Newton is. Cam Newton is struggling because he's got lackluster wide receivers. Clemson has the best wide receivers in college football. So he'll be fine. You just hope that he is available and good to go for Clemson down the stretch run, because they're going to need him. Make no mistake about it. I think that they are good enough to survive the ACC without him. Yes, that includes Notre Dame. They can beat Notre Dame without him, I believe. I'm going to try right now. DJ Uiagalelei, I think, is good enough to do it. But when you're talking about beating Alabama, when you're talking about beating Ohio State, that's where things get a little dicey without Trevor Lawrence, and I think that's where they need him. Notre Dame is not explosive enough on offense to beat them, regardless of whether they have Trevor Lawrence or not. But they are going to need Trevor Lawrence to beat Alabama and to beat Ohio State, and I'm confident that he will be healthy enough by that time to be ready to go. I'm not worried about how the college football playoffs going to look at their losses, because there aren't going to be any.
Nick, not to sneak peek any upcoming segments, but I thought you said you were going to start Jacoby Myers and Gunnar Olszewski and all the other Patriots wide receivers.
You know, we must have miscommunicated, because I don't think I ever said that.
Whatever you say. Staying in college football, Clemson seems like they're able to contain their COVID outbreak, but Wisconsin is the latest team to get hit. They now have 16 active cases. That, coupled with this Trevor Lawrence news, do you think that poses a larger discussion within college football with the playoffs coming down the stretch?
I think it's going to be interesting to just look at, especially the number of games that these teams are playing, because I mean, if Wisconsin, let's say they miss 1 or 2 games, then, they're only playing 6-7 games. And then, you have a team like Clemson or any other ACC, SEC team playing 12 games, 11 games. Some teams may be built to win 7 games when other teams, are built for the long haul to win 11. It's something that I just feel like there's so much variability. I mean, I feel like even going back to the situations that these conferences are handling COVID, I feel like it's, variable in that amount too, which makes it really hard on the college football playoff selection committee to, pick 4 teams that they feel like it's the best. I think that it's going to be really difficult to select 4 teams, that, okay, these are the 4 best teams in the league. I would rather, a 16, 18 playoff. So, you can kind of do both, and you can have those 7 game undefeated teams, and then also, some 11-1 teams as well.
Yeah, and I thought what you brought up earlier, Andrew, was right in saying that they should have expanded the college football playoff for this year, because there's just so much variability about how many games these teams are going to be played, and it's not all under their control, because you can sit there and say, yeah, Wisconsin, they were irresponsible, or it's their fault because they had a COVID outbreak. But okay, I mean, the teams that they're playing had nothing to do with that, and the game is still getting canceled. So I agree 100% that they should have expanded the playoff. I know they don't want to do that, because very often the way these things work is that once you do it, regardless of the circumstances under which you do them, it stays that way. You mentioned Major League Baseball postseason. Guess what? It's going to be 16 teams next year, and it may stink, and it's going to be 162, and it may not make a ton of sense, but guess what? It's staying. They're not getting rid of that to try and recoup some of the revenue. And I do believe that it would stay that way in college football. What I have never understood is why they are so hesitant to do that and why they view that as such a bad thing, because to me, it should have been 8 all along. But in particular this year, when there's so much at stake and there's so much variability about, okay, can we get this game done? Can we play this game? And some teams are going to play 12 games. Some teams are going to play 7. Are you going to have a conference champion? You didn't play. You're playing only within conference. So you really don't have an understanding about strength of victory and the strength of schedule and all of that stuff. To me, just they should have expanded the playoff, and why they didn't is mind-boggling. I don't think it will have a ton of effect with Wisconsin, with respect to Wisconsin, because I think it's just consistent with everything else that's going on. Wisconsin could have played their full Big Ten schedule, but how much do you know about them relative to Notre Dame or Clemson or anyone else? I think it's going to be a really difficult decision, because we talk about COVID with this team only playing 7 games. But if you look at a Pac-12 team that's going to be really good, if Oregon goes out and wins 7 or 8 games, well, they're not playing 12. So how do you categorize them? To me, the answer was expanding the playoff. They didn't do it. So it's going to be a really tough Zoom call.
And Nick, to your point about baseball, hoping for the expanded playoffs going forward, I was under the I thought that the universal DH was no longer, like, in 2021. Is that going to be part of the league?
My understanding of it was that they were going to reconsider, but they are not doing a universal DH for next year. But that is my initial read on it. I'm not 100% sure. Of course, this is subject to the debate. I believe that they would have needed Players Association approval, and they didn't want to go through that process, at least in 2021.
Yeah, just to add to that, the CBA is coming up at the end of next season, so I feel like a lot of those changes will probably happen there more than next season. But I mean, Nick, even as you were saying, I feel like the baseball playoffs, I think that's like a negative change. I don't want to see 16 teams in, just 162 games plus 16 teams. But I feel like the college football playoff, I would like to see 8 teams in it. I mean, I feel like that adds more, and I'm surprised that the higher ups wouldn't do it. It'd give you more revenue. I think it would create more buzz around the sport for a longer period of time. To me, I'm surprised that it actually hasn't happened, especially the success of the 4-team playoff.
Going back to baseball, we can't have this segment without bringing up the Justin Turner situation. And our guys, Chris Boccia and Thomas Quigley, had a great discussion on it, and we touched on it earlier today. But I don't even know how to frame this question. Just what happened there?
I mean, to me, I don't understand. Like, okay, so first of all, let's just go back. Like, why are you tests are coming back for guys in the middle of games? Like, to me, that just doesn't make much sense. Like, you should have all the negative, positive tests, all the test results should be in before the game starts. So, like, okay, fine. Then you pull him, right? And then you would think that he left to be quarantined. Like, they quarantined him in the ballpark. And I guess MLB security just, like, kept their eye off of him. So then he just snuck out. I mean, I don't know how the MLB, after they did all of this hard work to get through the 60-game season, to crown a World Series champion, and then they just let the guidelines go, at like the 11th hour, last minute. And to me, that just it doesn't make much sense. I mean, it kind of paints a really bad picture for the MLB, because, I mean, was it like right after the season ending, we don't really care about our players anymore? We just wanted the revenue of the season. To me, it's a bad look for the MLB for sure.
I agree it's a bad look, and it was really tough to watch the celebration for the Dodgers without thinking about that, because that's, to me, the most unfortunate part of all this is that the Dodgers just won the World Series for the first time in 32 years and were able to overcome, again, as we talked about earlier, losing in 17 in Game 7, losing in 18, heartbreaking playoff ouster last year, and then they finally get over the top, and you're sitting there wondering, what the heck is Justin Turner doing on the field? And that's all Fox is covering right now. You got Kevin Burkhardt talking about, hey, Justin Turner tested positive. So you have taken away so much of the attention because of the way they handled this situation from the actual play on the field. And it was something that they did a great job of throughout most of the postseason, throughout the regular season, despite some hiccups early. They did a good job of managing this whole thing. But how they are testing during the middle of a game is just unbelievable. How, if he is inconclusive, are you not saying he can't play? it just doesn't make any sense to me. What? So now no one's going to get COVID because you pulled him in the second inning? Because at that point you might as well let him play. It just doesn't make any sense how, if you have any question whatsoever that it is taking this long to process, that you don't know about. I'm surprised. I guess they weren't using PCR tests, because those are, that those will tell you pretty quickly, at least, within an hour or two, to the point where it wouldn't have been, oh, he was inconclusive yesterday, and then we know by today whether he tested positive. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me how they possibly could have not known whether he was positive or negative for COVID and let him play, and then to find out, oh, he's negative, and then you pull him out of the game. There's no way that it should have gotten to that point. This was a major miss by Major League Baseball. And congratulations, because you have detracted from all the goodwill that you built up, all of the things that you did right to get this season off, because you just did not take the football across the goal line here and finish out strong the way that you needed to. And you let things go at the end. And now we're talking about COVID instead of the great season that the Dodgers just capped off.
I really feel like this is the cherry on top of the 2020 MLB season. Before it even started, we had the disputes between players and league officials. There were doubts that the season was even going to happen. And then it does, and they reach a middle ground. But then there's issues with testing. And guys are testing positive. That happens mid-season. There's doubts that they're going to get through the whole season. And then they do. And they make it to the playoffs. And then we have Trevor Bauer talking about, well, how is this even a bubble if we're staying in a hotel with, just regular people? And then in the last game of the season, a guy tests positive and comes out on the field. And I pray for Dave Roberts, because he's had his health problems. It seems like there hasn't been any ongoing situation. But, I mean, what does that say about MLB, a sport that's trying to reclaim its title as, America's pastime?
I feel like it's just, first of all, I feel like the owners, and I guess not really the owners, more of the MLB, it's kind of like selfish. Like, okay, we made our money, now that the season's over, let's go and we'll allow them to do whatever they want. And the other thing I wanted to say was, thank God there was no Game 7. Think if the Rays won that game, what mess that would be. When would Game 7 be played? Would it be played, it definitely probably wouldn't be played the next day or 2 days after. It'd probably be, probably 4 or 5 days after everyone's rested healthy. It would be a completely different series. So the MLB really dodged a bullet there for sure. This is just a very, timely, and it's the last game of the season, but also timely that it just finished and they were able to cross over the finish line with one leg, basically.
Yeah, they were extremely lucky, and I think that's a great point, Andrew, to bring up. What if there had been a Game 7? Because, yes, part of the issue of this whole situation was that Justin Turner was out in the context of a celebration, potentially no mask, and then around a bunch of the players. But even so, he can certainly transmit that without a mask playing. He's playing, so he's not wearing a mask, to the rest of his teammates. And then you're talking about a Game 7, and how do they deal with all of that stuff? Are they going to play? Will they not play? And of course, if they delay a couple of days, then you make certain pitchers available who otherwise would not have been. Then it's a completely different series. And the advantage that the Dodgers sort of were able to build up by winning Game 5 to set their bullpen and line up their pitching for a Game 7 goes out the window, because you have to delay a few games. So Major League Baseball definitely dodged a bullet in that sense, but it's consistent with the organizational problems that Major League Baseball has had since Rob Manfred has really taken over there. And maybe it's not just Rob Manfred, because there were issues before he got there, but it's just amazing that they were able to be as successful as they were using the process that they did. And then to see it rear its ugly head about maybe we shouldn't have been doing things this way for it to happen in Game 6. It's unfortunate. That's really the word for it to me, because I feel bad for the Dodgers, because it's not about Major League Baseball. It's about celebrating a team that wins a championship for the first time in 32 years. And now we're stuck talking about this COVID situation. It's a shame on Justin Turner for going out there. He shouldn't have been out there. He shouldn't have done that. That's not to excuse what he should have done. But candidly, there is no way that he should be in a position to even make that decision or have that possibly available to him, because he should have never been in the ballpark that night. There's no way it happens, and that's on Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just bad optics around baseball. I mean, look, you never want to leave it into the jurisdiction of the players. That never works out. Obviously, the player's going to want to go out there. Obviously, the player's going to want to play. He just won a World Series after, being a part of this core for so long. And, I do understand what Justin Turner did, but I don't know. At a certain point, if you're the MLB, and they've had bad optics in the past, and now they're just badly run, and they've obviously lost, a lot of viewership, among, the young demographic, to the NBA and then also the NFL. And again, they had the storyline should have been about the Dodgers, about how they're building a dynasty, and it just wasn't. So again, that's just really, really tough for baseball. But we are going to take a quick break. After, we're going to get into some football and just the miserable play by these two New York football teams. You are listening to One on One on 90.7 FM.
Be sure to follow WFUV Sports on all of our social media platforms. At WFUV Sports on Twitter, at WFUV_sports on Instagram, and WFUV Sports on Facebook and YouTube. WFUV Sports, home to New York's longest-running sports call-in show and the flagship station of Fordham Athletics.
It's WFUV and WFUV HD, New York. Listener-supported public media from Fordham, the Jesuit University of New York. Right here on 90.7 FM, WFUV.org, and WFUVSports.org. This is One on One, New York's longest-running sports call-in show on 90.7 FM, WFUV.org, and WFUVSports.org.
Running sports call-in show. I'm Andrew Galata alongside Nick DeLuca as we enter our first 1 o'clock hour here as daylight saving time. Throwing a wrench into this show, and honestly giving us the extra hour. I can't wait to get into our whole football conversations. We have a lot of it, and I can't wait to dive right into it. Starting off with these dreadful local New York teams right now. You have the Jets and Giants combined one win. I mean, just both of them, and they got really tough matchups this week and, tomorrow on Sunday. It's to me, these two teams, I mean, you want to talk about just two right now. I mean, when you only have one win between these two teams, it's almost unspeakable, really.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and then you get into the matchups of who they're playing this week. But to me, it doesn't matter who they're playing because these two teams beat themselves. So they can play whoever they want, but they will find ways to lose because they are just really scuffling right now. And again, I actually feel like you're a little bit more okay with where the Jets are right now, as odd as that sounds, because you at least know that this is a team that's awful. It was designed to be awful. We have the wrong head coach in place. We have apparently the wrong quarterback in place. We're going to get the number 1 overall pick and we're going to move on. And that's what we're going to do with a new head coach next year, new quarterback, and that's what they're doing. For the Giants, I think it's a little more disappointing, as, again, I mentioned in the open a little bit, because this was a team that was supposed to be a little bit better. And especially with how bad the NFC East is this year, they should be right in the thick of the race. And yes, I suppose they could still win it, but they're not. They're out. They're not going to win. They can't piece together enough wins to win the NFC East. And I know it's not going to be that many, but they won't do it. And that's the most frustrating thing, because last year all you heard about was this defense needs to improve. Well, guess what? The defense is improved, and this offense, and in particular the guy running that offense, Daniel Jones, has taken a major step back. So I don't know whether it's time to get a new quarterback, whether it's time to put some blame on Jason Garrett and get a new offensive coordinator. I'm sure that the loss of Saquon Barkley doesn't help, but they should still not be this bad. There are just a bunch of questions for the Giants, whereas at least with the Jets, they're awful. You know they're awful. They're probably not going to win a game this year, and that might not be too much of an exaggeration because, in part, their schedule is really difficult. I don't know that they are a classic 0-16 team with absolutely zero talent. I think it might be a product of the difficult schedule that they're playing, but we know the Jets are awful and need to hit the reset button and showed a pulse against the Bills this past weekend. But the Giants, it's just so frustrating because they've gotten leads. They've played – their offense is anemic, and they've gotten leads, and they haven't been able to hold on. And they've – in particular in this game Thursday night against the Philadelphia Eagles. So it's just so frustrating from that perspective, more so than the Jets, because you knew that they were going to be terrible up front.
Yeah, I mean, with the Giants, I feel like if I would have told you back in August or at the beginning of September that the Giants would be 13th in total yards allowed and only 14th in points allowed as well, I mean, like, that's a pretty solid defense. You would think that Daniel Jones would get them a little more than just one win. And that's something that, I mean, it's obviously a sophomore slump, but will it only be a sophomore slump for Daniel Jones? That's something that, you know, I'm very interested to see. And I think a lot of those blown leads, a lot of those close games, them not being able to get it done on offense in a 2-minute drill. I mean, even in their last game, you had the pass that just went right off of Evan Ingram's fingertips. And, you know, if he completes that pass, and, you know, we're talking about a Giants team that's on the, you know, upper half of the NFC East. I mean, that's just the type of season it's been. But it seems like any time they've played in a relatively close game, just mistake after mistake after mistake, and it just shows their inexperience. I do think that they're farther along than the Jets in this like rebuilding process, because the Jets are basically at ground zero at this point, because, you know, they may go 0-16, but again, at least you found the quarterback, hopefully with Trevor Lawrence, and, you know, he doesn't pull like an Eli Manning and try to get out of New York to, you know, go to a better franchise, because right now the Jets, they just look awful, but the Giants, they do have some talent on this team, and the defense has played, you know, pretty well, but this offense has just been, you know, completely anemic. I mean, obviously, the injury to Saquon Barkley, the bad offensive line, but it's at some point it's got to fall on the quarterback. And, you know, when you're 31st in yards and points, there's a problem there.
Yeah, the offensive line has not helped him either. And in part, it's because there's no running game, but the pass protection has been off as well. And Andrew Thomas is somebody who is pretty concerning to me.
Struggled.
Because he has struggled. And you look at the guy who the Jets drafted, Becton, and he looks to have carved out a pretty good rookie season. So that's one of those things where you're sitting there, especially when you're probably talking about Dave Gettleman being out at the conclusion of this season, if not before, where, okay, we drafted a franchise tackle 4th overall, and he's not really playing well right now, to the point where you're talking about, is he really a guy who can be starting for you? And that's the concern. You take your lumps with a rookie, but this is a guy who should be able to start and provide good football plays at times for you, and he's not really doing that, at least not consistently very often. So that's concern number one. But you to me, the most concerning thing with the Giants has to go back to Daniel Jones, because he looked so promising as a rookie, and I know that it might not be something that he could sustain. But when you look at some of the outings that he had, he threw for 400 yards a couple of times, 4 touchdown games, and there's not any of that. And I'm not saying that you can't regress at times, and the progression is not always linear. But the guys who have been successful in this league have gotten better as their careers have gone along, and that's clear. Patrick Mahomes, he continued to get better, and I know he didn't play a ton year 1, so you don't really know what he looked at. But even year 2 to year 3, and he was aside from an injury, really good and progressed and played really well. It's hard for him to get better because he was always so great. But a guy you look at like Russell Wilson. Right? Russell Wilson at the beginning of his career, that progression from a guy who was more of a game manager to now the Seahawks put it all on him, and he is a guy who can carry the load. And I think the front runner for NFL MVP right now, when you look at some of the quarterbacks across the league and you get into any number of them who sort of have taken that second-year jump and continue to progress as their careers have continued. And to me, the guy who this reminds me of, I hate to say it, with Daniel Jones is Baker Mayfield, because you have that really good rookie season and you sit there and say, okay, well, we've got some issues on our team for the Browns. It was the coaching staff, and well, we got him with our new coach who's going to come in and really do a good job. And in this case, it was Jason Garrett. And the decision was not made to hire Joe Judge and Jason Garrett, quite frankly, with Daniel Jones in mind. This was about setting this organization on the right path, whereas hiring Freddie Kitchens for the Browns was clearly a Baker Mayfield motivation decision. And now they've gone back to Kevin Stefanski, who may or may not think about replacing Mayfield into next year. And again, that was an organizational decision. And I think that's where it starts. So if you have a good organization, you'll find the quarterback later, or if you have the quarterback there in Daniel Jones's case, he'll be able to figure it out under a coach like Joe Judge if you feel like you've got that right guy. But to me, that's the most concerning thing, because he should be better. He should be progressing right now. He is not doing that. He is getting worse. And it's not to say that he's going to be a massive bust necessarily. It's not to say that he can't play. But I think the expectations that were put on Baker Mayfield to begin with in drawing this comparison are not going to be met. Baker Mayfield is never going to be that guy who is a grand slam home run first overall draft pick. And I think that is what you are seeing right now. Not to say that Daniel Jones is a guy who should be out of the league or isn't good, but he's not going to be the guy that you expect to get when you take a quarterback at 6th overall.
I think you bring up one really good point about organizations, because you talk about the quarterbacks, the successful ones with Mahomes and Wilson, who at the beginning was kind of with that great defense. You have the Legion of Boom. He was kind of just like a game manager when they won, their first Super Bowl. But then, little by little, they put a little more on his plate, and then he's gotten, up to an MVP carable quarterback. And that's the same with Patrick Mahomes. And then you look at the Browns, another badly run organization, a team that was, 0-16 at one point. And, the Giants, kind of the same thing. And I think that goes back to Dave Gettleman. And you talk about drafting as well. The Giants have not drafted well, like really bad. And they've had a few trades where they're able to pick up some draft picks, first overall draft picks, with Odell Beckham Jr. trading him to the Browns. And they haven't been able to do much with it. And that goes back to your front offense. And Dave Gettleman's got to go. And, you kind of just at this point, if you're the Giants, look, we made a bad decision. We set our franchise back, because that's really what they did. Dave Gettleman came in here and has really fell flat on his face. There's really no other, way you can say that. And at a certain point, you have to start new, start drafting well. Maybe it's a new quarterback, maybe it's not. But right now, the Giants, front office-wise, are really, really poor. And that's, to me, the most concerning part. Not the coaching, because I think they got the coach that they need. But Dave Gettleman, he's just drafted. And even in free agent signings, they just have not been good.
I think that's the most interesting thing, because when you take a look at the way that Daniel Jones was thought of coming into the draft, I feel like it's actually sort of come to fruition, because there were a number of people who said he just straight can't play. And I never subscribed to that understanding of it. I didn't know that 6 might have been a reach, but again, if you feel like he's a franchise quarterback, you're going to take him there. He could play. There was no issue there. But when he's coming from Duke and he gets coached by David Cutcliffe, and as a guy who's been around Eli Manning and Peyton Manning, even with their passing academy and the way that things were, you knew that coming from that quarterback school, he was going to be ready to play right away. Like as a rookie, this wasn't going to overwhelm him. The football, X's and O's, making reads and checks at the line of scrimmage and knowing how an NFL offense operates, that wasn't going to faze him. He was ready to play. He was one of the most, if not the most ready to play quarterback out of that draft class in 2019. The issue was, how high is his ceiling? Like, is he really a guy who is almost kind of like what he is coming into the league? Is he going to be a guy who can come in and develop and continue to get better as he progresses throughout his career? Or is it just going to be, this is the guy, this is what he presents. He can have some success early because teams don't have film on him and don't know what to expect. But as his career progresses, he can't throw anything new at you, and this is going to be what it is. And I think that's the biggest thing that the Giants really need to figure out right now is this somebody we feel like can improve, and in turn, because he can improve, we can win with? Because right now you don't see a progression. You see sort of the same guy that's there with some fluctuation. And at the end of the day, he has fewer weapons and a less stable environment around him. I don't want to say weapons. He's got some, well, he lost Saquon. But the offensive line is really the issue with that offense, where he's not being supported. They can't run. They lose Saquon. And the wide receivers are not the best either. You're not sitting there saying that they've got, a great wide receiver core as well. So when you go through all of those factors and you consider Daniel Jones an average quarterback at his core here, that's where you have some of the problems, because they haven't put anything around him, and average is not what you're looking for when you take him at 6th overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Giants, when they were drafting Daniel Jones, they probably wanted something like Eli Manning, what they already had, a guy that's pro-ready, played in a pro-style offense. He's coming from the Manning family, polished player. And then kind of he was able to, when the Giants needed Eli most, he came through. That was the big thing. He won 2 Super Bowls with them. And, you could talk about his tenure with the Giants as up and down. I think you do. But, I mean, he was basically an average quarterback. And then, 2 or 3 times he was able to elevate to be elite. And, the Giants were able to get the pieces around him. I think they're going to try to do something similar with Daniel Jones. And I don't know if Daniel Jones can elevate to that. And I think that's what's going to be interesting in his progression. Can he elevate? It doesn't have to be all the time, but at certain points throughout the career, in the crunch time moments, that's what everyone talks about Eli, how clutch he was. Will Daniel Jones bring those same intangibles? And that is yet to be seen, and especially in these close games. He's played in a lot of close games, and he hasn't been able to get it done. Now, maybe that's only inexperience and it will come on later, but that to me is very, very concerning for the Giants.
Yeah, it is concerning, but to me, again, it's just the broader, how much is he going to do, or how successful can he be when you don't have the weapons around him, which is also a concern in and of itself, because he's a guy who you're hoping at 6th overall can cover up some of those things as he progresses to become a better quarterback. He hasn't done that, and I don't know. I'm at kind of a loss here, because I'm really indecisive about whether I feel like they should move on from him, because where I'm sitting at right now is if they were to somehow walk into the first pick, you're taking Trevor Lawrence. There's no way you don't do that. But barring walking into the first pick and taking Trevor Lawrence, I think you do stick with Daniel Jones. And that's the thing, because I don't know how much of an upgrade that potentially Justin Fields would be. There, potentially other quarterbacks as well, the guy from North Dakota State. But you're thinking about what your organization is going to look like going forward. I think I'm sticking with Daniel Jones unless I have Trevor Lawrence. I'm not getting rid of Daniel Jones to get rid of him, but I think it's also with the understanding that, hey, this is a guy with a ceiling that we pretty well know, and we know what we're getting, and what we're getting is kind of what we're getting right now, and we're going to have to really work to put a good team around him, or else we're not going to be successful.
Yeah, I think the Giants, unless they run into Trevor Lawrence, which I don't think they will because of how bad the Jets are.
Right.
But, I mean, it all goes back to drafting. Yeah, he has nothing around him right now. So how do you do that? You go, draft with, let's say, a top 5 pick, go get another offensive lineman, go get another weapon, probably not in the top 5 picks, but they're going to also have a 2nd, 3rd round pick, multiple picks. And that's, I feel, where, you can build a team around Daniel Jones. And right now, the thing that concerns me about the Giants, and, Dave Gettleman's been awful at drafting, but your next GM, which I think he's going to get fired, is he going to be able to draft well? Is he going to be able to build around Daniel Jones? I think you have the coach. I think that, you could have the quarterback. I really don't want to, weigh all of, Daniel Jones on 8 games, 7 games in, his sophomore season. So I definitely want to see a lot more from him, especially with more weapons, especially with the Saquon Barkley. I feel like the Giants are missing that, receiving threat. I mean, they had an Odell Beckham and then you trade him. Again, that's all, very, very interesting. And, there's a reason that they're 1-6, and look, they got a lot of work to do. I mean, both of these teams really have a lot of work to do with the Giants and Jets. And I mean, hopefully they can string a few wins together, make, the New York football fans feel positive. But that will wrap up our talk on some local NFL teams. So before we welcome our guest from Sports Illustrated and SiriusXM football and fantasy football analyst, Michael Fabiano, we are going to take a quick break. You are listening to One on One on 90.7 FM.
One has a brand new YouTube channel. Subscribe to WFUV Sports to catch our simulcast Saturday nights and get notifications so you never miss another show. Miss the show? You can find on-demand segments, interviews, and highlights every week. WFUV Sports, home to New York's longest-running sports call-in show and the flagship station of Fordham Athletics.
Back here on One, New York's longest-running sports call-in show. He is a fantasy football analyst and member of the Fantasy Sports Writers Association Hall of Fame. You can check out his weekly fantasy rankings on SI.com and listen to him weekdays 8 to 10 Eastern on Fantasy Dirt on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, and follow him on Twitter at Michael_Fabiano. Fabs, thanks so much for doing this.
DeLuca, anything for you, pal. You got the radio voice, man. I mean, listen, we joke around sort of when you're doing a thing with SiriusXM. Got the radio voice, got the Kevin Bacon looks. This kid's going places, man. Yeah, I'm happy to be joined with you guys.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that. So before we talk fantasy, I'm going to have to get into the Dallas Cowboys. How disappointed are you in them right now? And particularly, how do you feel about the lack of response from the team after John Bostic's hit on Andy Dalton last weekend?
Yeah, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most disappointment, I'm probably about a 40, 50. Because the Cowboys come into every single season with such high hopes because the talent's there, right? At least we think the talent's there. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But this season's been a mess. And, injuries have been a real problem across the league this season. I don't know if it's no preseason or whatever the case may be. So you lose Dak like that. I mean, that's going to break your back. And the offensive line is shot to hell, right? I mean, you don't have Tyron Smith out there. You don't have Lyle Collins out there. Zach Martin got hurt. Joe Looney's been hurt. Maybe things will get better once those two guys get back, but the offensive line is still compromised at this point. And the defense is terrible, historically bad. They're giving up more points on the defensive side than any team in the National Football League. And it's weird because you thought that the Cowboys had made some interesting moves in the offseason, right? They signed Clinton-Dix and then cut him, right? They bring in Don Terry Poe, they just cut him, right? They brought in Everson Griffin, they just traded him. Because we're in tank for Trevor mode at this point. I don't think we're getting Trevor Lawrence, but we're in tank mode at this point. So, yeah, I'm pretty disappointed. At least the Cowboys were, fantasy friendly, and the defense was bad, so it was fun to, watch the games, and they were putting up a lot of points. But now, Ben DiNucci, all right? I would think DiNucci would be doing this show with you guys, right? Not being the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. And Dalton, I don't know if he's going to play this week or not, but regardless, I can't play any Cowboys. I have to play Zeke. I don't like it. Cooper's in a bad spot against Darius Slay, and everything's a mess. So it stinks, but I'm much older than you guys, so I've been here before. I remember the 1-15 season in '89 and the 3-13 season before the dynasty took off. And then, Jimmy Johnson was the man, and we should have won 5 Super Bowls. Jerry Jones and the Eagle, whatever. I mean, that is what it is. But I've been here before. So at this point right now, I don't even care if we win another game. I want a high draft pick because that's the only way you're going to rebuild this team. And this team is in rebuilding mode without Dak.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing I want to bring up is definitely the Cowboys had a ton of injuries. As you were saying, everyone has a lot of injuries right now. Mm-hmm. And I'm a big Saints fan, and they've had a few injuries. Michael Thomas, now Emmanuel Sanders on the COVID-19 reserve list. So their big thing was get the ball into Alvin Kamara's hands. That's going to help, first of all, defensive struggles, and that's going to help the offense keep humming. And with the Cowboys, to me, it's a little questionable. They really haven't gotten Zeke the ball that much, only 24 carries in the last 2 games combined. Do you feel like that's definitely something that on play calling, do you feel like that can get changed or, stuff like that?
It's game script. We stink. I mean, like when you're getting blasted in the second half, you can't run the football, right? Yeah. And Zeke's a pretty good pass catcher too. But a couple of weeks ago against the Cardinals, I mean, they were throwing the ball a ton to CeeDee Lamb in that game. Yeah, and Zeke just doesn't look right, man. I mean, I don't know if he's a little overweight. He's not motivated because there's no Dak. I have no idea. I have no clue. I feel like the Cowboys are going to regret giving him that big salary. And maybe they already do. I'm not sure. But that's why, offensive line, right, that's an issue. And game script is becoming an issue because the Cowboys are getting whacked every single week. So, and I would think that's probably going to be the same case against Philadelphia on Sunday night. The NBC has got to just be hating this matchup, right? They were looking for Dak against Wentz, NFC East, 2 of the top teams in the division. Instead, you're getting 2 crap teams and Ben DiNucci. Good luck with that one.
So we'll put the Cowboys on hold for a minute. Week 8 of the
fantasy. Well, put them to bed. That's where they should be anyways.
Well,
right. They should be put to bed.
Fair enough. Week 8 of the fantasy football season. We're halfway through. Have you been surprised as we get into some of the guys who have been top performers? Have you been surprised at how well Mike Davis has been able to fill in for Christian McCaffrey? He's 6th in your Sports Illustrated rankings right now at running back. Mm-hmm. And is he going to be done when CMC comes back and is fully healthy?
He's going to be done as someone you can play every week without question. Now, if you have McCaffrey, then you need to hold on to Davis because he's going to be the handcuff. And maybe he gets a few more touches, but this is like a system thing. Mike Davis was never all that great in the NFL. He had some pretty decent runs, maybe with the Bears. I believe he was with Seattle for a little bit, but he was never like a star. So sometimes you got to think, Nick, maybe it's about the system. And I'm not taking anything away from Christian McCaffrey, but Mike Davis came in and played pretty damn well and put up some pretty good numbers in that offense. They throw the ball to the running backs a ton, right? So he's not going to be startable for me once McCaffrey comes back. He's not playing this week, right? McCaffrey is going to miss the game tonight against Atlanta. But I would contend that once this game is over and Davis has a big game, I'd be trying to sell him if I can get something for him from the McCaffrey owner so he can handcuff him and he's got the Carolina backfield the rest of the season.
I feel like the big news here, kind of at the halfway point of the season, is all about Antonio Brown signing with the Bucs. And to me, that's just really interesting because obviously they already have a stacked, core of weapons: Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Ronald Jones. How do you feel like that is going to affect their value, kind of? And what do you think AB really brings to the table for fantasy?
I mean, he's super talented, right? I mean, this guy, I think he could be a league winner in fantasy in a best case scenario. Chris Godwin can't stay healthy, right? Yeah. Had a nice game last week. Oh, he's back. Now he is at a busted finger, had to have surgery, and he's going to be out a few weeks, right? Mike Evans has been dealing with an ankle all season long, and his numbers have not been great. Gronkowski, who I didn't like coming into the season, I thought I was right on it the first few weeks, but lately he's been very good. But everyone's going to lose in that target share once we get AB in the mix. Antonio Brown did not come to Tampa Bay to play second fiddle to anybody. And we know he's got a rapport with Tom Brady because they played shortly together in New England, and obviously they're buddies. Tom Brady, I think, brought AB into Tampa Bay. I don't know if it was Bruce Arians or the Tampa Bay front office. But this is a team, Brady's 43 years old. They got to win now. They've got a year or two to win. And I think they're the best team in the NFC right now. I still can't believe they lost to the Bears. It is what it is. But, Brady could legit be a top 5 to 7 quarterback the rest of the season in fantasy just because of the weapons that he's got, right? So Brown needs to be owned across the board. He likely is. He's a big name. Maybe he's not going to put up the numbers he put up in Pittsburgh. I mean, let's not get twisted here. But if Chris Godwin can't get healthy and he's not reliable in terms of being available to the Buccaneers and fantasy fans, maybe Brown does put up monster numbers, right? I think it's going to hurt Gronk a little bit. Although Gronkowski, his resurgence has been partly due to the fact that O.J. Howard went out with the Achilles and he's done for the season. So that helped Gronkowski's target share, and he's not blocking as a runner as much. He's getting more opportunities in the passing game. But yeah, that offense is going to be scary. The backfield, I don't have a damn clue. It's going to drive. I'm in a league where you guys know about the band Alice in Chains. DeLuca, Andrew, do you know about the band Alice in Chains?
Yeah.
Good. All right. Thank God. I know you guys are young with it. So good. So they're my buddies. I'm in a league with Jerry and Mike and a bunch of other guys. And like I have Rojo and Fournette, and every week it drives me crazy. Unless one guy is hurt, it drives me crazy. I'm playing Rojo this week. I wouldn't say confidently. The matchup's pretty good, but it's going to be a 50-50 split in that backfield. Now, there's been some backfields this year driving me nuts, right? That's one of them. And the Rams was one of them until they stopped playing Akers for some reason. And you're also looking at San Francisco as well as a backfield that's kind of driven you a little bit crazy. Baltimore too. Maybe Mark Ingram is going to be out this week, and J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards get a bigger piece of that touch share. But so far, this backfield has been a nightmare.
You touched on the Rams backfield, so I'll stay in Florida. What do you think that we should expect from Tua now that he's taking over as the starter in Miami? You have him ranked at number 23 in your quarterback rankings this week.
Yeah, the matchup's not great. And I feel bad for Ryan Fitzpatrick. I'm such a fan of him. Like everywhere he goes, he starts. Even if he's not signed to be the starter, he starts. It's crazy. Everywhere. And he's been like with half the teams in the league, it seems like. But Tua, here's where I have a little confidence in him, right? Look at what the other rookie quarterbacks have done this year. Joe Burrow's been very good. Justin Herbert's been ridiculously good, right? So Tua has had some time to learn behind Fitzpatrick, which is a good thing. And I feel like he's certainly a QB2 in 2 QB and Superflex leagues without question. He's going to be owned across the board. But in redrafts, he's still not owned in a lot of leagues. And I feel like that's kind of it's part of the reason is that QB is so deep. So many good ones out there that you don't really need to pick up Tua, but he's worth watching. I just don't like the matchup this week. Like maybe when the matchups get a little bit better for Tua, down the stretch, then maybe there's a game they've got against the Chargers in Week 10. That's going to be fun, man. Tua against Herbert, that'll be a lot of fun. But right now, he's not a startable asset in fantasy.
To go off of Tua starting now and, kind of now it's a little of a switch now, go from Ryan Fitzpatrick to now Tua Tagovailoa. How do you think that is going to affect Devontae Parker's value, Mike Gesicki, Preston Williams, and the receivers down there?
Great question. We're going to find out, right? Because Fitzpatrick and Gesicki, he is the single most frustrating dude in the league to me. Mm-hmm. I've got him wrong every week, every single week. He's got a good matchup. I'll play him. He sucked. He's got a bad matchup. Don't play him. Oh, he goes off. It's like he drives me nuts, right? But you're going to a rookie quarterback. But I don't want to discount a rookie quarterback after what we've seen from Herbert and Burrow this season. So I don't want to go out there and say, well, this is bad for Parker. It's bad for Preston. It's bad. Maybe it's not going to be. But would I rather have Fitzpatrick back there? Yeah, I absolutely would. The bigger news for Parker this week is that he's got Jalen Ramsey. And so he's probably a fade for that reason. But it's very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to watch Tua play, and it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of rapport he has with his receivers. One guy that I would fade this week, you probably got to play him, but Myles Gaskin, bad matchup against the Rams.
For those who maybe aren't as familiar, you're in Week 8, buys have begun. You got injuries starting to pile up with Odell Beckham Jr. as one that sticks out to me. Listeners scanning the waiver wire, who should they be picking up if available? I know it's later in the week.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk would be the guy that I'd be getting if I lost AB or OBJ, because the matchup this week is bananas good against Seattle and no Debo, right? Rashard Higgins is also worth a look off the wire without question. Maybe deeper leagues, you could go with a guy like Marcus Johnson. He could be worth a look as well. So at this point, probably not going to find much unless you're in a non-competitive league. I would think Ayuk's owned in all competitive leagues, but if he's out there, that would be certainly be a player to target this week that I like. Nelson Aguilar also has been pretty good. 3 touchdowns over his last 3 games. So he's getting in the end zone, and the Raiders are throwing the ball a little bit more often vertically, which is a good thing, not only for him, for Derek Carr as well. So, but it's a little bit thin out there, folks, right now. It's pretty thin out there, especially at wide receiver. Running back, there were some players that you could go out and get this week. They're all probably gone, like Carlos Hyde, for example, JaMychal Hasty, for example. If you're looking for a tight end, Richard Rodgers is a really good pickup this week. Why? Carson Wentz leads all quarterbacks in the NFL in targeting tight ends. It's like 11 or 12 per game. It's crazy. And the Cowboys stink. So there you go.
Yeah, and as you were saying, we're all been saying, it's now week 8, halfway through the season, and now we're kind of see who's been the surprises, who's been the disappointments, and who's a player that you were, at the beginning of the season, we're not so high on, and they've really blasted onto the scene here.
So, for me, it would be Herbert. I didn't like him coming out of college. Like, name me the last Oregon quarterback who's done anything in the NFL. It's like Dan Fouts in the 70s. You guys weren't even around at that point, okay? But I had listened to a lot of scouts and a lot of people in the know who said something's missing with him, right? Whatever the hell was missing, he found it, because he's been awesome. He has been just ridiculously good. Didn't see James Robinson, although most of us didn't, right? He was a backup in Jacksonville deep on the depth chart, and suddenly they release Fournette, and then Ozigbo gets hurt, and then it's Robinson, and boom. He's been ridiculously good. Robbie Anderson also surprises me. I didn't think he was going to be this good. I really didn't. And I guess I should shame myself here, because anytime a player with talent leaves Adam Gase, he's got a good shot to be pretty good, because Adam Gase is the worst offensive mind in the history of the National Football League. Well, maybe not the history, but at least right now. So Robbie Anderson was a bit of a surprise to me too as well. I thought that he would be like a wide receiver 3 up and down. Carolina's not a team that throws the ball deep. He's a guy who made his hay in New York in the vertical passing game. Now he's emerged as a very good receiver and a top 10 fantasy player.
I was going to ask you the biggest disappointment, but I know that's already T.Y. Hilton.
It's all the Cowboys right now. T.Y.'s been bad. You know who the big disappointment is for me is those Daniel Jones. I liked him coming into the season. I really did. I thought that he would be like this year's like Lamar or Mahomes. Not that he would put up huge numbers like that, but late round quarterback who would be pretty good, average 18, 19 points per game. Now you lose Saquon, and that's going to break your back. The offensive line has had issues. And then he lost Sterling Shepard for a while. Last week, he got Shepard back and scored over 20 points. He would have had more had he not been tackled by the turf monster. The turf monster has never missed a tackle, ever. So you don't want to mess with the turf monster. Pretty embarrassing for DJ, but he's probably been my biggest disappointment. I really thought he was going to be a reliable fantasy quarterback, and he has not been that at all. Maybe things will change in the second half, but so far that one did not work out.
Well, that one bled into my question, because before I get you out, I need to ask you this. I'm in a full-point PPR double flex league. Should I be starting T.Y. Hilton versus Detroit, Traquan Smith against the Bears, or Scotty Miller on Monday night against the Giants? I need your advice here.
Dude, man, I actually like
Scotty Miller. I know none of them
Miller.
are good options.
I kind of like Scotty Miller this week because Godwin's not playing, and the Giants aren't good against slot receivers. He had a big game last week. Maybe, you're chasing the points here, Fabs, but the matchup's pretty good. So, T.Y., I can't trust. He's not even the top 75 wide receiver right now. And I get it. Detroit, the matchup's right. They're going to run the ball. That's what they want to do. They want to run the football, Indianapolis. And if Jonathan Taylor goes off like I think he could, they're not going to need to throw it, right? T.Y.'s had good matchups this year. Hasn't been able to exploit them. I don't know if it's the rapport with Rivers is not there, but the offense and the way that they run that offense is not conducive to a wide receiver putting up big numbers. Just not. So if you want to play it safe, I guess you can go T.Y. His floor is, 8 or 9 points maybe, but his ceiling isn't very high. You get in on Scotty Miller, and he has a couple of big plays for you, well, then you're sitting pretty on Monday night. And with Chris Godwin out, I wouldn't be surprised if he gave you 5 for 75. And I don't have a lot of faith in T.Y. to even hit those numbers.
Well, thank you for confirming what I already felt, because there was no way I was starting T.Y.
It's always good. It's always good to get validation, right?
I'm done with him. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I like fantasy owners who have already thought it out in their heads, and maybe they come to me and be like, what should I do? and then say, that's what I was going to do anyway is good. That's what I want to hear. Because ultimately, it's you setting your lineup, not me.
I was going to listen to you anyway. So if you told me to play him, I would have played him, just so you know. But I was hoping that you would direct me in a different direction, and you did. So thank you for that. Fantasy football analyst and member of the Fantasy Sports Writers Association Hall of Fame. Weekdays 8 to 10 on Fantasy Dirt, SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio. You can check out his weekly rankings on si.com and follow him on Twitter at Michael_Fabiano. Fabs, thank you so much for doing this. Have a good one.
All right. You guys take care. Good luck and keep up the great work.
We'll be back with more one-on-one right after this.
WFUV is the flagship station of Fordham Athletics. Keep it locked right here on 90.7 FM, WFUV.org, and WFUVSports.org to catch every Fordham basketball game this year. We'll take you through an extraordinary season with live play-by-play and in-depth pregame and postgame analysis. WFUV Sports, home to New York's longest-running sports call-in show and the flagship station of Fordham Athletics.
Welcome back into One-on-One, New York's longest-running sports call-in show. I'm Andrew Galata alongside Nick DeLuca, and we were just talking with fantasy football analyst Michael Fabiano, and now I think we should switch it over to our own fantasy teams in this start or sit segment here. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to go through our fantasy rosters and just talk about them, any players we should start, any players we should sit. So starting off with my roster here, I think my team's I'm pretty happy with it this year. At quarterback, I got Aaron Rodgers starting off there, and then going to the running backs, got Dalvin Cook and Darrell Henderson. To the wide receivers, it's Devontae Adams, and then Travis Fulgham, and then Travis Kelce is my tight end. And right now, I had to plug into the flex Devontae Parker this week with Tua starting. And to me, I'm actually pretty happy. And on the bench, I got T.Y. Hilton, James White, Drew Brees, Golden Tate, Jared Cook, and Jamison Crowder here. So Nick, what do you think of this team? I mean, I'm 5-2 right now. I'm actually sitting pretty good right now. Won 5 straight games, which kind of is illustrated by the team relax, RELAX, from Aaron Rodgers once said back in the day. But I'm actually pretty happy for this one.
No, I like the team. I think you've got a solid group here. Aaron Rodgers has been really pretty good and pretty solid for the most part. He had the one clunker against Tampa Bay. I have Aaron Rodgers too, so I've been really happy with what he has put up. Dalvin Cook has been solid for the most part when he's been on the field. Again, some of the health concerns with him in Minnesota have made it challenging at times, but when he's healthy, he's a top 5 fantasy running back. I mean, Dalvin Cook is the real deal. When you're looking at RB2, that's where things get interesting with Darrell Henderson, because this Rams backfield has been just so difficult to figure out. One week it's him, one week it's Cam Akers. Is it, it's just you, Malcolm Brown. You have no idea what Sean McVay is going to do. And he said, yeah, we're going to get Cam Akers more touches. And then he played like 4 plays in the first half of their Monday night game. So nobody knows what the heck's going on. You can't trust anybody. You can't trust Sean McVay and what he says. Henderson has been getting the bulk of the carries and has been productive when he's gotten them. It's just trying to cipher through exactly who is going to get the bulk of the work. And when Henderson has, he's answered the bell. So I like Henderson. Devontae Adams has been really good, reliable. I like that you got both Rodgers and Adams. You're sort of double dipping on that Packers offense that has been really solid for the most part this year. Fulgham has been a breakout. Travis Fulgham has been probably the most reliable target for Carson Wentz this year for Philadelphia. And in particular, when, they've just had nothing. So he's been really good. And as a young wide receiver, I like what I've seen from him. Travis Kelce is the best tight end in fantasy football right now. That's, to me, pretty clear, although he had a little bit of a down week last week, but he's been pretty solid. And that Kansas City offense, for the most part, has been great for fantasy purposes. The only problem that they've run into is that they've gotten out to such big leads that game script doesn't always play on their side. But I love Travis Kelce, Devontae Parker. Going to be interesting to see how that offense changes with Tua Tagovailoa at the helm. He was one of Ryan Fitzpatrick's favorite targets. So hopefully for team RELAX that continues. But I like what you got going here. The bench, I saw you had T.Y. Hilton on your bench, which is tough. When we talked to Fabs, I made my disdain known, but I like the group that you put together so far.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, look, first, I'm in a 12-team league, so I feel like the amount of wide receiver depth I'm very happy about. The running back, too, is, I think, the big thing for me. And that Rams running back group, you don't know what you're getting out of them. And then when you look at my bench, you got James White from the Patriots and another running back group that you really don't know what you're going to get out of them. So it's like, pick your poison. That's going to be interesting to watch. I'm just hoping, because I feel like Henderson right now is the best running back with the Rams. But, it's interesting to see what, they're able to do. They were really able to run the ball well last week against the Bears. And, they were able to really, punch it down their guts. That was something that was really good from the Rams. We'll see if they can continue that. Because I think that's kind of the biggest thing here with that running back group. I feel like if they can find the right formula, they're probably just going to stick with it and go with it. And I'm hoping it's a Henderson down there.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm looking at your roster, and I'm thinking that you might be able to, depending on who you get, if you can get a team with a surplus at running back and some maybe deficiencies at wide receiver, you might be able to swing a trade. I'm thinking about Jamison Crowder as a guy who's hurt for you, but you're not really using him other than in the flex spot based upon your roster with, Devontae Parker and you have Devontae Adams as well. So, and Fulgham, who's been really reliable for you. I suppose you could try and swing Fulgham too, but I like Fulgham, and I think he'd be somebody who's an asset for you and you'd want to keep. But if you could swing one of, say, Jamison Crowder and maybe Henderson, maybe somebody else. I don't know whether that's James White here or who am I looking at? Who was I looking at here? Maybe even Drew Brees, if you can get a quarterback too. I mean, I know you like the 2 quarterbacks. I know you're a Saints fan. You wouldn't want to trade away Drew Brees, but if you could sort of pick that up, quarterbacks seem to be more readily available than running backs. So that would just be my suggestion as you look forward, because RB2 might be the difference maker. That's probably the only deficiency that I see on your roster. And if you might be able to swing some of that surplus depth into a running back too, that might serve you well, even if it might mean that you might have to, in a pinch with an injury, put T.Y. Hilton in at the flex.
It's just, it's one thing with T.Y. Hilton. I picked him like the 4th or 5th round. I thought him with Phillip Rivers, that would have been a really good matchup. Rivers throws the deep ball a lot. Hilton's a burner down the field, and that just has not worked out for whatever reason. No. And that's something that I had to pivot and trade for Jamison Crowder. But the one thing I think what's going to be interesting, and if I was going to go do a trade, I feel like Devontae Parker, it's going to be interesting what he does with Tua. I think that's one thing that at least I'm looking at. Is he still going to be the number 1 guy? Is Preston Williams going to step up? Is Tua as a rookie going to lean on his tight ends a little more, his running backs? That's definitely something that I'm looking forward on Sunday and seeing if what Tua could do in his first game.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be one of the most interesting things about Devontae Parker's fantasy value that is obviously apparent when you have a quarterback switch. So that'll be really interesting and something to keep an eye on because you don't know. You don't know how Tua is going to react. And hopefully as the matchups become more favorable as the season goes on, he's got a tough one this week, that things will even out for Tua and lead to some production for Devontae Parker with the Rams this week. It'll be probably pretty difficult to rely on him. I think you got him in the flex. You're not playing him as one of your top wide receivers here, and I think that might be the right place to play him. And based upon who else is available for you on your roster as we get into sort of some start sit, I think you got it right. If Crowder was healthy, I might say put Jamison Crowder in at the flex as opposed to Devontae Parker just at face value because he's been really reliable, and you might have that anyway. Obviously, he is not healthy, so you are sort of stuck with Devontae Parker here. In looking at your bench, you're not going to James White or T.Y. Hilton, Golden Tate. Yeah, you really don't have much else there to throw in the flex spot in terms of reliable options. So I think you make the right decision there on the start sit. Wish that Jamison Crowder was healthy for you to make it a perhaps better matchup, but I think you got it right.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing until like last night. I had Crowder in there, and then the news came out that he's not going to play, and it's a killer for me. I mean, the one interesting thing is I'm probably not going to play him, but Jared Cook, I mean, with the Saints, without Michael Thomas, without Emmanuel Sanders, without Marquise Callaway, who came up big last week for them, I mean, it's going to be interesting who gets the ball there. Is it going to be Traquan Smith? Is it just going to be a ton of Alvin Kamara? I mean, that's something that I'm looking out for, and probably not going to play Jared Cook because even, with Thomas out last week, Emmanuel Sanders out last week, he did catch a touchdown, but that was really it for him. And I think I trust Parker more, especially as the wide receiver one down in Miami. But I think that's really interesting. Nick, introduce your team and start or sit in that round.
For sure. The one last note I have for you on your team, I didn't even think about Jared Cook, but he could be poised for a big week this week, and then you can swing the deal. You're obviously in great position because you have Travis Kelce, so you're not going to move off of him, and he's going to start every week unless he's on a bye. You could survive at 5-2. You're in a good spot. There's the potential there where if Cook has a big week this week, that's someone who you can trade for potentially a running back with some other pieces. So my team has struggled out of the gate. We've had some difficulty. We're at 3-4. We were able to secure a win last week and have dealt with some injuries. Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, so that's a slam dunk that Andrew and I were agreeing with. That's been good. Running back situation has not been kind to me because I had Aaron Jones, who's not been healthy the last couple of weeks and has had some injuries. Miles Sanders, who has missed some time as well. So I've got Boston Scott in there at running back, in addition to DeAndre Swift, who I thought has been a pretty good pickup and has seen some more carries in recent weeks and has really started to pick up some of his production. So he's been a more reliable fantasy running back for me, and I'm probably comfortable with him. He'll probably end up being a flex, but as a running back too, even he's providing that type of value. He's scored a touchdown in at least each of the last 2 weeks. So I've got him and those two. Allen Robinson, aside from a bit of a step back last week, has been really reliable for me, and Deontay Johnson as well at wide receiver, who's been sort of boom or bust. He did have the one game where he left with a concussion and didn't give me much, but has been pretty consistent with good production. Tight end position has been terrible for me. It's been Tyler Higbee, Drew Sample, whatever else is there. So that's been sort of just something that I've thrown together. And Higbee had the 1-3 touchdown week, which was great. But other than that, has not done much for me at all. Aaron Jones in the flex right now, just not sure whether he's going to be healthy. So that's there. And then I'm in a double flex league. So T.Y. Hilton, oh my goodness, has he been terrible, but I'm not in a great position with some of the injuries that I've had to start somebody else. I may move off of that as I asked Fabs at the end of our interview about going to Scotty Miller. So that may be where I go. I just claimed John Brown on waivers. Someone got tired of him being injured, but he's, I think, going to be a welcome addition to my team. Also, DJ Dallas, who may be in play this week with some of the injuries with Seattle. So he's someone that I'm interested in potentially playing. And then that's sort of it. I just claimed the Chargers defense. That's a sort of week-by-week streamer that I'm going with. But we're getting better. We are progressing at 3-4, and I like our odds as we're going to get hot. We're going to catch some fire. We're going to get into the playoffs.
Man, I just feel, let's go to T.Y. Hilton for just a quick bit, because look, I feel like one of these games he's just going to have to go off, and he's going to get like a 30-point game. And I was waiting for that. And then at a certain point, like I was playing him in my flex like a lot. And then at a certain point, you're like, it's not going to happen. I think it's eventually going to happen because he's just too good of a receiver. He's too much speed. I mean, defense, one of these defense will forget about him and he'll catch a deep touchdown. And I don't think he even has a touchdown this season. I mean, it's been a really tough go for him.
He doesn't have a touchdown this year. It's been brutal with him, and it's amazing because you can't believe that there is such an issue with getting on the same page with Phillip Rivers, because you thought that was going to be a connection with a veteran wide receiver and a veteran quarterback who's been around the block any number of times and knows what to expect. And without a ton of weapons on the perimeter for Indianapolis, that he would be a guy who's going to be featured. I mean, we know that Indy can run the ball. They have good protection, a good offensive line that can move the line of scrimmage and can pass protect, but they don't have a ton of weapons on the exterior. They are hurting for wide receivers. That's where I would go in just the outside looking in for them in the draft next year. That's the first round need for them, the most pressing, to get a wide receiver or make a trade to try and improve that wide receiver core. But in the meantime, when that's the case, you would think that the one guy who has sort of been reliable for you in T.Y. Hilton is a guy you're trying to feed the ball. And I don't know if he's no good anymore, and the idea is that the Colts are just not confident in what he brings to the table, or if they just don't have the right idea offensively. But that's the thing for me. You would think at some point, even Cincinnati, right? Cincinnati had the issue with A.J. Green this year, where he was a guy who was very good for them for a long time, and then he gets injured, and you're not sure what you have. At the beginning, Joe Burrow is peppering him with targets. And then they figure out that, hey, this is not the best offensive strategy. This is not what we're going to do, and we're going to move off of it. But Indy didn't even try. They did not go after targeting T.Y. Hilton in that same way. And he's just sort of been a ghost going through the receptions that he's had this year: 4 in week 1, 3 in week 2, 3 in week 3, 3 in week 4, 6 in week 5, and then 1 for 11 yards last week. They're just not throwing him the football, and he's not producing at all.
Which is weird for Indy, because what are their other weapons? You have Zach Pascal
right,
and like Mo Alley Cox. You would think that they would give it to the veteran. I mean, maybe the injury had something to do with it, because like last year, he had a down year, but I thought that had a lot to do with Jacoby Brissett being a quarterback. But you bring in Phillip Rivers, who just loves to toss the ball deep, and it's still not getting done. I mean, that's something that I'm still scratching my head on, because I thought he was going to have a big year. And the other spot and the other player I wanted to kind of highlight would be DeAndre Swift, because what I was interested in early in the season, the Lions were giving it to Adrian Peterson a lot, which I thought was really interesting, instead of, the young players they have, Kerryon Johnson, DeAndre Swift. I mean, and then they start giving it to Swift, and, he looks like he has a ton of talent.
He does, and I really like DeAndre Swift coming out of Georgia with the multiple looks that he can throw at you, both in the receiving game and in the running game. And they have used him as that sort of flex back to be that change of pace from Adrian Peterson, who is going to be the downhill runner at this juncture of his career and is not going to be any much of a factor in the passing game. So they do use that sort of thunder and lightning type of tandem in the backfield. I am also surprised that Adrian Peterson has gotten as many carries as he has with this sort of environment in that Detroit backfield, just as a byproduct of DeAndre Swift was a second-round pick. So when you take a running back in the second round, you expect him to come in and contribute right away. So I'm not looking for Adrian Peterson on veteran minimum or whatever contract he is signed at 30, whatever it is, 3 years old, for him to come in and be my bell cow running back. I drafted DeAndre Swift from a Detroit Lions perspective, and I expect him to come in and contribute right away. He has definitely picked it up when they've given him the workload. I think Matt Patricia is coaching for his job right now, which is also part of this. They need to show progress, and I think the best way to do that is with some of their young players, in DeAndre Swift, who carried it in week 6 for 14 carries, 116 yards, 2 touchdowns. That was his big game this year, and then followed it up with 9 for 27, which was not what we were looking for, but did score the touchdown to really save the fantasy day. So he's been solid the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I feel like, with your injuries at running back, that's obviously something that's really helpful. And I mean, the one spot, as you said, was tight end. And if you weren't in the double flex league, I would say trade one of those running backs, probably a Swift or, a Jones, because you could kind of, especially with Miles Sanders or Boston Scott, whoever's playing and healthy, you definitely have two solid running backs, but that extra flex spot is, it's tough. It's going to be definitely an interesting go around. But I feel like this segment really cool for those fantasy football watchers, and everyone obviously is playing it. If you're a football fan, most likely you're getting into either the full league fantasy football or the daily fantasy league. And we usually don't touch upon it on the show, but I feel like we have the extra hour because of daylight savings. We get to talk about it, so to me that's definitely a treat. So really a great conversation there. So we're going to have Jack Roche join us later after the headlines, but first we are going to have a quick break. You are listening to One on One on 90.7 FM.
Be sure to follow WFUV Sports on all of our social media platforms. At WFUV Sports on Twitter, at WFUV_sports on Instagram, and WFUV Sports on Facebook and YouTube. WFUV Sports, home to New York's longest-running sports call-in show and the flagship station of Fordham Athletics.
It's WFUV and WFUV HD, New York. Listener-supported public media from Fordham, the Jesuit University of New York. Right here on 90.7 FM, WFUV.org, and WFUVSports.org. This is One on One, New York's longest-running sports call-in show on 90.7 FM, WFUV.org, and WFUVSports.org.
I'm Jack Roche with some NBA headlines. We still don't have a start date for the NBA season, but the moves made now are what put certain teams over the top in their pursuit for a ring. We're seeing a lot of teams making front office and coaching decisions right now. So let's start locally. We just saw the Nets add Mike D'Antoni with their staff of Steve Nash, a former player of his. So, guys, what does this mean for the Nets? Are we going to see some of the classic D'Antoni ball in Brooklyn?
I feel like for the Nets, I think this is a really good hire as an assistant coach because especially with, Steve Nash, new head coach, may not know everything about handling players, handling different personalities, especially when you have Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, like they're stars, they got egos. So to handle all of that is definitely very, very difficult for a first-time head coach. So you bring in Mike D'Antoni. He's a guy that, is an assistant, going to come in, probably help Steve Nash manage it. So I really like that move in that respect. And look, D'Antoni, have him be the offensive coach because he is an offensive genius. Don't let him touch the defense. But for at least offense, I really like this hire.
Yeah, I do too. And I think that it's not only that he has head coaching experience when you're talking about somebody who's never been a head coach in Steve Nash. but also that he has the experience of coaching stars. He coached in Houston, James Harden and Russell Westbrook, and Chris Paul before that. In Phoenix, he coached Amari Stoudemire and Steve Nash. So he has coached stars and knows how to deal with really talented players and manage those personalities. Not that that was something that I had too much of a concern about with Steve Nash, because you knew that he had a good relationship with both Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, or else he would not have gotten the job in the first place. They wouldn't have signed off. So that's what this whole hire was about. But I do like it because you are going to see, I think, an offensive influence from Mike D'Antoni, and they are going to run things because of where Steve Nash comes from in a way that is similar to Houston. And again, it's going to look different, and basketball is a different sport where you're not necessarily setting up the same type of offense all the time. You're winning in transition, you're winning with speed. It's not a playbook like you're talking about football in that same sense, but they are going to adopt some of that strategy. They're going to shoot more threes in the way that the NBA is headed. And I think that they have the players with Kyrie Irving and with Kevin Durant fully healthy to be one of, if not the best team in the Eastern Conference. And I think that Mike D'Antoni can help them get there. And in addition to helping manage the personalities and making sure that things go smoothly for Steve Nash in his first go round, to also help alleviate some of the pressure about, hey, this is what we want to do on offense, because we know that Mike D'Antoni can do that better than almost anyone in the NBA.
Yeah, those growing pains are definitely a concern, but how important is it that Steve Nash is a former player of D'Antoni's in Phoenix?
I mean, I think like with the philosophies, you have two coaches that definitely now, Nash has played under it, so he's familiar with D'Antoni's, philosophy. And I think that they're probably not going to run the exact same run and gun like what they ran in Phoenix all back in those days, but being on the same page, like that's something that's really important. And I think that, if you have Durant and Irving and all those stars on the same page with Steve Nash, because that was the reason they brought him in. They wanted the players coach. They wanted someone, a former star that was in their shoes, a franchise player. And then you have, Steve Nash on point with Mike D'Antoni and his staff. That's something that you're hoping that you're not going to see a lot of communication errors. You're not going to see a lot of, trying to find an identity. And I think when you have those star players, I think like the Clippers have struggled with it. If you can't, find an identity and find, and you just start arguing and, you get stars with a lot of egos and differing opinions, you find some trouble. But if you can bring everyone together under kind of the same values, pretenses, I think this could actually really work out.
I think being on the same page is crucial, and I'm happy you brought that up, Andrew, because that's exactly what Mike D'Antoni is going to provide to Steve Nash. There's no miscommunication. There's no, hey, we're going to do this, or I didn't know what I was getting into when I hired this coach, because he's seen it from both sides. He knows what Mike D'Antoni is as a coach, but also knows what it's like to be Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving as a player for Mike D'Antoni. So he's got the best of both worlds in terms of the perspective that accompanies this whole situation. But I just think from a basketball standpoint, from a pure X's and O's of basketball, that Mike D'Antoni on the offensive side just does it better, if not, just does it better than everyone else. I mean, he's as good an offensive basketball mind as there is, and I think that that's really going to help what they're trying to accomplish. And then also relaying that, but it's going to be really helpful because the first time through as a head coach for Steve Nash, it's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot that he's going to have to deal with, a lot on his plate. And when you don't have experience doing something, it's great that he was a player and he understands some of that, but this is a different animal and there is a bit of a learning curve. When you have somebody that you can lean on and know exactly what to expect from, and you know day in, day out the consistency that you're going to get from Mike D'Antoni, I think that that's really helpful in surrounding yourself with people that you know what you are getting. And that does not necessarily just mean Mike D'Antoni. Amari Stoudemire joining that staff as well. You know the people that you are putting in place, and that I think is really helpful when you're trying to navigate everything that is hectic and everything that is surrounding being a head coach in the NBA for the first time.
Staying in the East, one of the most disappointing teams in the league last year was Philadelphia. And D'Antoni's counterpart in Daryl Morey, the GM of the Rockets, is now in advanced talks with Philadelphia. If they eventually come together and a deal materializes, do you think that he's the right guy to make all the pieces that Philadelphia has come together and really become a contender in the East?
I think it's difficult to say because you look at the Rockets and they were so close to a championship, only a few years ago, and they played the Warriors and that was a juggernaut team. And they were, basically to anyone that's going to beat them, they were the closest to do it. And I think he can make them a contender. I don't think that they're going to, win an NBA championship. I think they'll probably get better, maybe stabilize a little more. Hopefully, you get to keep your young core there, which is really big. But I don't know. I just don't see them, getting an NBA championship out of this, even though Morey came really close with the Rockets. And the way that ended, it just seems like a little weird in my mind.
To me, it's curious timing because he comes in after they hired Doc Rivers. So now he's going to be the head of their basketball operations, and yet he didn't hire the head coach that is in there. And I'm sure that he's not sitting there and saying, wow, you hired some scrub who can't coach. I mean, we know what Doc Rivers brings to the table, but is he going to be terribly receptive to the type of team that Daryl Morey wants to build? And I think this is really intriguing because Daryl Morey is building that same type of team that Mike D'Antoni was coaching. So, it's not to say that he won't revert or won't play a different style of basketball, but Daryl Morey is a very analytically driven general manager, president of basketball operations, basketball mind. That's not really what Philadelphia is at all, and that's where you start to think about how is this marriage going to work? Because to me, it tells me one of two things. Daryl Morey's either going to change what he has done throughout his last few years in Houston, which, by the way, I doubt, or there are going to be some changes to this Philadelphia roster. And that may come in the form of one of Joel Embiid or Ben Simmons being gone. And that, to me, is the most interesting part of this whole discussion because obviously those two are entrenched in our Philadelphia basketball right now. I mean, no, that's huge. That's what their team is built around. But you consistently question whether or not they play a style of basketball that is conducive to winning in today's NBA. And I would argue they don't, because I know they look different, and I know that they have different skill sets that are unique and very good in their own way. But those two playing together, I think, is a really difficult match. And we've heard this. There have been rumblings for years and years and years, but now you're getting to a general manager / president of basketball operations, because Elton Brand is still there, although he may be on the way out. Somebody who's heading your basketball operations who is not married to either one of those. He didn't draft him. He didn't bring him in. He wasn't brought in even to say, yes, you need to build around these pieces the way that Elton Brand was. This is purely, hey, Daryl, you're coming in with a blank sort of canvas here, and you're going to head our operations. And I would not be surprised if he were to move off one of them.
Nick, I think you nailed it on the head. You look at this Philadelphia roster, and it could not be less of a Daryl Morey team. And I think the question of an impending trade is inevitable. I think the question that we have to ask is, who's the biggest name that's getting shipped out of town? So, Andrew, we've got contracts that are a bit difficult to move, and Al Horford and Tobias Harris. Do you think that one of two stars that Nick DeLuca mentioned in Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid are on their way out of town?
I mean, if I was the Sixers, I would trade Ben Simmons just because I think that he is not conducive to, the NBA playing these days. If you're a guard, I feel like you got to shoot, you got to be able to, score. And he's a player that, I feel like a pass first guy. Shooting hasn't been his forte. And I feel like that's something that, I would try to maybe move to a Rockets type team. Maybe you see a little, you could trade him maybe for a Russell Westbrook type player, because I feel like, if you have a James Harden, he's a guy, especially when you pair him with Russell Westbrook, that's, a lot of cooks in one kitchen. Maybe you put a guy that can facilitate it more. I could see something like that, which would be pretty interesting considering, Daryl Morey, with the Rockets. But I feel like that was something that kind of works for both teams.
Yeah, it's interesting. There are strengths and weaknesses clearly to both players, but I might consider moving off of Embiid because I like what Simmons can do defensively, and I think his shooting can be improved and is enough of a playmaker where he is still a guy that can run and gun in today's NBA, if not as great a shooter, but can still play that way. Joel Embiid is not that guy. And I think the days of, yes, rim protecting is important, and he can stretch the defense because he can shoot from the perimeter. It's not like he can. I'll give Joel Embiid his due respect. But I don't think that as good of a player as he does what you need in today's NBA. Like, he is great at what he does. It's just it's not something that's terribly useful right now. And that to me is, if you can get the right deal for somebody who can shoot, who is a playmaker, and I don't know what the deal would look like, but to me, that would be something that I'd be intrigued by, because I think that, just as you said, Ben Simmons would be great if he was paired with James Harden. I do think that, and I think that's what Philadelphia should be seeking right now. That's what they should be after, trying to pair Ben Simmons with somebody who is a shooter who can make more offense for himself. And then Ben Simmons is a guy who's in a position to facilitate. He's not really in that position right now because you're not throwing the ball in the post in the same way. That's just not the way the NBA works. You're not going to run an offense. And they've tried, but it's not something that is uber successful when you are running a post offense through a big man. It's just not working in 2020 in the NBA. So to me, as great of a player as Joel Embiid is, because he's not bad. This isn't necessarily a reflection on Joel Embiid. It's more about what he does in the context of the NBA. To me, I'm shipping him out. I want somebody with Ben Simmons. I think that's where you start. But I wouldn't be surprised if certainly one of them is gone in short order when Daryl Morey really gets a hold of taking control of this basketball operations.
We talked D'Antoni, we talked Morey, and with all these moves, you have to think, well, what is going on in Houston right now? Who's still in town? And the guy who was hired to clean up the mess with the Rockets is Stephen Silas. He's been a career assistant in his tenure in the NBA, most recently with Dallas. He was with Golden State, and early in his career with Charlotte. This is the first hire by GM Raphael Stone. There's a lot of new faces in this organization. Are we going to see the same guys on the court? Is there a trade coming with Houston? And are they kind of caught just a tier below those Western Conference contenders? Or what's going to happen in Houston?
It's something that I don't really know. I feel like, they fire Mike D'Antoni, so you're hoping they're going to play a little more defense. I mean, that's just, I bet the plan was to kind of, bring in Silius, who can, be a guy that can come in here and at least play some type of defense. And I feel like they're probably going to, I don't know if it'll be this year, but I think they're eventually going to have a roster turnover to try to become, that top tier of contenders, as you were saying, because I don't think they're, that top team right now. Yeah, they're a middle of a level Western Conference playoff team right now, which, again, isn't going to beat the Lakers, isn't going to beat the Clippers. And again, I feel like you also have a lot of teams in the Western Conference kind of on the rise. You got the Mavericks, who played really good down the stretch. I mean, you have Portland, who's still there. I just feel like right now I see a lot of roster turnover in the future. So I don't really know what to think of this hire.
Yeah, it's really hard to consider or hard to categorize because you don't know really what you're getting, because Stephen Silas has not been a head coach in the NBA before. His dad was, so he's a longtime assistant, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, there's no other way to say it, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. We didn't know anything about Nick Nurse before he took over in Toronto, and they won an NBA championship with the help of the right move. So maybe Houston can find that. The problem with Houston is that they just are so depleted from an asset standpoint. They've traded away, they're maxed out of the salary cap. They've traded away a number of first-round picks, so they really just don't have any option to move anything. They're kind of where they are right now, unless they decide that this is a team that isn't competitive, I shouldn't say isn't competitive, but is not going to be a championship contender, is never going to be one, or at least not in the next couple of years. And the best way forward after this, before we let James Harden just lose value or Russell Westbrook lose value, is to just sell them both off and then start over, because that's where they're at. So I think that's really the interesting thing. And this hire may be the last sort of resort to that, to see if, hey, we switch up the coaching and the type of philosophy that we're doing, and making some moves on the margins to see if we can change up some things about some of our rotation players, because that's where things are going to be different. Because by and large, this is going to be the same Houston Rockets team that it was last year, and it will be for the foreseeable future. It's just the ticking time bomb of when do the Rockets pull the plug and say, finally, this is either going to work. It's either going to work, or when do we say, okay, fine, we've banged our head against the wall enough times and we missed our window of opportunity, because we're never going to be in that top tier of being a championship contender, and it's time to reclaim some of the draft picks that we just lost.
Yeah, I feel like the quicker they do that, it's probably the better for them, because in today's NBA, I don't know how much of a coaching change would really fix it. I feel like the players kind of, they're the ones that are going to make, your team philosophy. They're the ones that are going to make how you play. And right now, you still have Westbrook, you still have Harden. They're going to be conducive to playing a ton of offense. And right now, I feel like even with the coaching change, it's probably not going to help much. I mean, if they kept this team together, they'd probably be another 5 seed, 6 seed, maybe win one series and then get knocked out by the Lakers or Clippers. That's really what they are right now. And as you were saying, I don't see how they max that out. So that's something that's going to be very interesting going forward, as it is an interesting hire. Maybe it's kind of telling the sign that the Rockets are going to start rebuilding. But again, definitely a lot of interesting things in the NBA, even after the Lakers held up the NBA championship trophy here in just a few weeks ago, which is kind of crazy here, and just a ton of news, and really a kind of 365-day cycle here in the NBA. But before we get into our trick or treat segment here, we're Halloween inspired, where we're going to go through kind of some contenders or pretenders. We are going to take a quick break. You are listening to One on One on 90.7 FM.
To support the WFUV Sports Department, visit support.wfuv.org to become a member or make a one-time donation. WFUV Sports, home to New York's longest-running sports call-in show and the flagship station of Fordham Athletics.
Back on One with Andrew Galata and Nick DeLuca. I'm Jack Roach, and this segment, we're going to be doing something called Trick or Treat. And we're at a time in college football and in the pros that you really have to wonder which teams that are winning are legitimately contenders. So instead of giving you guys the usual pretender contender, we're going to go trick or treat. So starting off in the NCAA, we're going to start with the Fighting Irish. Coming into today, ranked 4th at 5-0. Andrew, are you buying Notre Dame?
I'm gonna have to go trick here. They're pretenders in my opinion, and why? It's just I feel like in their you have the Brian Kelly era. Really, what they're doing, I just feel like they've always been like one step short, and they always get kind of overrated early in the season, middle of the season, and then they fall off. They have a few losses against key teams, and I think that'll continue probably next week against Clemson. I think that's the big thing. If Clemson has Lawrence, I think it's probably an easy win for Clemson. They run away, and then we kind of know for sure that the Fighting Irish are pretenders. And if Lawrence doesn't play, and let's say the Fighting Irish do win, that's like, do we still believe in them? Because obviously a lot of what Clemson is doing is based around Trevor Lawrence, which, again, I feel like it kind of definitely leaves more time on the clock for Notre Dame, but I don't see it getting fixed. I don't see them beating the top teams, and I don't see them winning the ACC for sure.
I think this is tough because how you define trick is important. I think that Notre Dame is a good team. I'm not here to disparage them, but they are a trick in terms of being a contender for the college football national championship and the college football playoff. They are not on the level of Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State. And we've said that. So I'll go trick here. But I do think that they are a good team. They are just not an elite team. They do not have enough offensively. They don't it's not necessarily just Ian Book, but they do not score and cannot score with the elite teams against elite defenses. When you see the elite offense that Alabama has, you see the elite offense that Clemson has with Trevor Lawrence, and I think their defense relative in the three teams that I just talked about is the best. And Ohio State with another elite offense led by an elite quarterback in Justin Fields and also a defense that is very good. So they're just not on that level. They are not necessarily a trick in terms of, oh my gosh, this team shouldn't be where they are. No, they absolutely should. You just forget that they're playing in the ACC, which is not a good conference outside of Clemson. And they can turn themselves into a treat if they beat Clemson next weekend. Now, I don't expect that to happen. I don't know that I'm necessarily buying it if Trevor Lawrence isn't playing. But you know what? I will believe in Notre Dame if they are, even without Trevor Lawrence, able to beat Clemson next week. I don't expect them to do that, so Notre Dame is a trick.
So, Nick, it kind of sounds like you're describing Notre Dame as like a middle-tier Halloween candy. Is that a fair assessment?
That sounds right, like a Milky Way.
Yeah. Andrew, do you have like a candy you would put like on Notre Dame's level within the college football hierarchy?
It's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I'm not I would say Milky Way's good. Like, I'm not a big Kit Kat fan. I think I'm kind of in the middle tier. Which is interesting.
No way.
So maybe I'd put them there.
One.
I know they're in the top tier usually, but I'm not a big fan. I'm a big fan of the Reese's.
Clemson's
they're my Clemson. They're my Clemson.
Clemson's a Kit Kat. Get me out of here. Kidding me?
Well, moving to the NFL, we've got the Chicago Bears. They're sitting at 5-2 right now. Currently second place in that NFC North, just behind the Packers. Are they a trick or treat?
They're a pretender. They're a trick here, and I'm not a big fan of what the Bears are doing. I mean, their defense is outstanding, but I mean, I don't trust Nick Foles. I don't trust what they're doing on offense, and they play the Saints, my favorite team this week, and I think the Saints will win that game just because I think they'll be able to run the ball enough with Alvin Kamara, because the one thing with the Bears, their up front isn't so great in the middle. I feel like obviously you have Khalil Mack on the outsides, but you can kind of smash mouth them up the middle, and their offense to me is not, a championship winning offense for sure. And I'm not even sure if it's a playoff offense. I don't even see them making the playoffs this year. I think they fall off. They're going to lose some division games. And I don't even see them, even though they're 5-2, making the playoffs.
It'll be a close call. I don't necessarily think that's a terribly hot take. They are also a trick, and I think that's a pretty popular opinion. That wasn't a high stakes take there, Andrew Galata, because I think a lot of people feel that way about the Bears having played one of, if not the easiest schedule so far this year. But they have to get the quarterback situation figured out, and figured out in a hurry, because I don't know whether it's Nick Foles needs to start playing better, if Mitchell Trubisky needs to come back, but they don't know what they are. They don't know what their identity is. And that's the whole thing. And very often you are able to rely on a running game when you don't know what you have at quarterback, but they haven't been able to do that with David Montgomery either, because they just really offensively haven't been good. The defense has carried them. This is similar to the team that we saw, although still not playing as well offensively, with them a couple years ago when they did make the playoffs and lose on a double doink. But this is not a team that is going to go anywhere in the playoffs. It'll be close if they make it. I certainly don't think they'll win the division. They could squeak in because of some of the deficiencies elsewhere. I wouldn't have seen it coming with some of the play that's been poor in the NFC North with the Vikings. I thought they'd be better than they are. So they're maybe not dealing with as strict competition as you might have thought. So I think they may squeak in, but no, they're definitely a trick and not a team that is as good as their record would indicate.
Just a little throwback to our last segment before headlines. David Montgomery is a guy who's been a huge fantasy letdown. He was he kind of flew up a lot of charts after Tariq Cohen went down with injury, and he's really struggled to put up points, in that bigger role. But now moving back to college football, we've got the Georgia Bulldogs. They haven't played in a little while. Their last matchup was against Alabama, where they lost. Now 3-1, holding on to that number 5 spot. Are they a trick or treat, Andrew?
They're an interesting team. I mean, I think they're a trick to win, or a trick to say that if they're with Alabama. I don't think they're with Alabama. I was actually pretty high on them in this defense, and then I completely got let down when they, gave up 40+ points to Alabama. I thought that game was going to be closer. Maybe Georgia wasn't going to win that game, but I thought it was going to be closer than a lot of people expected, and it just wasn't. And I feel like even though they do have a good defense, I don't think that they're at Alabama's level. I don't think they're going to make the college football playoff. Now, they'll probably get a New Year's Six bowl, and, they're a solid team, top 10 team. But I don't think they're, in that top 4 discussion right now.
Georgia's good enough to be a treat, but I think it has to happen with a different quarterback. And that's the biggest thing for me, because I'm not confident in Stetson Bennett whatsoever. And I don't know what is going on with Georgia, because I'm not there. I don't follow them terribly closely. I know they have JT Daniels in their quarterback room as well, a guy who had some success at USC, at least early on, promising start. And I just feel like he could add another dimension to their offense, to the way he can throw the football down the field. I think one of the drawbacks of Stetson Bennett is that he is at times accurate, sometimes inaccurate, obviously, as evidenced by the way he played against Alabama. But I think for the most part, he's shown the ability to be accurate, but without the arm strength to stretch a defense. And when you're playing some of the better defenses that won't allow you to do what Georgia wants and run the football, it becomes more difficult. They can open up a lot of things if they could throw the football down the field, which is not something I've seen Stetson Bennett do all that successfully. So to me, that's the key. And this is the thing. It reminds me a lot of Clemson a couple years ago when they had Kelly Bryant and they made the move to Trevor Lawrence. And no, I'm not making the case that JT Daniels is anywhere near as good as Trevor Lawrence is or was even at that time. But it was just that different dynamic and different skill set that opened things up for them offensively that I think Georgia needs. They can be a treat, but they are a trick right now because they are not in that conversation because offensively they're not good enough. I know that the defense let them down against Alabama, but guess what? That's expected, and that's a familiar theme. You don't slow down Alabama, or at least not when they were fully healthy. Now with Jalen Waddle out, it may look a little bit differently. But this is a team that can contend, and they'll get another shot at Alabama toward the end of this year, I'm sure, in an SEC championship game, or at least I would predict it that way. So you'll hold off on that, but I would advocate for a quarterback switch because I don't think they are going to truly be a contender unless they get better quarterback play. So I would think they make the switch. It's also possible Stetson Bennett could start playing better. So I'll never dismiss that either, but they're going to need stronger quarterback play before they become a treat.
Let's take things to Tampa Bay. The Buccaneers are red hot. 5-2, put up 45 points last week. Chris Godwin facing an injury now, but it looks like Antonio Brown is going to join the very potent Tampa Bay offense. I'm very excited to hear what Nick DeLuca has to say about this team, but let's hear from Andrew first. Trick or treat.
As much as it pains me to say it as a Saints fan, they're a treat. I think this division will be very, very close. I think that both, I mean, I would say the Saints are a treat too. I think both teams are going to be in the playoffs and, very, very close. I think it's going to be between these two teams. I would say a game to win this division. It's going to be interesting once you hit the playoffs if the NFL will go to a bubble, type scenario. So, will home field advantage even matter? Like if you're a wild card team, will it matter that you're going on the road 3 times if you're only playing in a bubble anyways? But I think right now, Tampa Bay, a lot of people talk about Brady. A lot of people talk about their weapons, but their defense has played outstanding. Their front seven looks dominant. They're stopping the run. They're stopping everyone's run. And then this secondary, a lot of people thought that they would struggle, but they've actually played really well. Carlton Davis, their cornerback, has played well. And as much as a lot of people want to talk about their, Super Bowl caliber offense, they got a Super Bowl caliber defense right now.
This is a tough one for me because it's hard to say you're trying to figure out what makes sense, what doesn't. Still early on in the season, we're getting to halfway through. Hard to erase that loss to the Bears though on Thursday night, although it was a Thursday night, and maybe that's just the Nick Foles curse. I'm gonna go treat here though, because I do think that Tampa Bay is good enough to be a Super Bowl contender as one of the top tier teams in the NFC. They just are. And I'll give credit where credit is due to Tom Brady, who was not very good last year, quite frankly, and has really picked it up with better weapons. And as we've seen in New England, maybe there really wasn't a lot there. So I'll give him that credit, but it's their defense, as Andrew said, and he hit on all the points about their secondary. The front seven we knew was going to be good. I think there was confidence in that. Secondary was the question mark, and they have answered the bell. Todd Bowles has done an excellent job with them defensively, and I think that they are good enough. They have certainly the weapons on offense if their defense continues to play this way, which I think they can, maybe not at this level, but certainly close to it, and I think that will allow them to be there at the end of it. Maybe not a team that wins the Super Bowl, but certainly one of the NFL's top 5 teams.
New England only has 3 total passing touchdowns this season. Tampa Bay, I believe the number is 18. So Tom Brady's still defying time. He's still doing it. I think the issue really was New England and continues to be the weapons.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Tom Brady, you're going from a team with nothing. You could say practice squad players besides Julian Edelman to going to a team with Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Gronk. You have Ronald Jones, Leonard Fournette, and now you're adding Antonio Brown on top of that. I feel like when you look at, Tom Brady's switch here, he's probably like living it up. Like, thank God I made this decision.
Agreed. Back in college football, Oklahoma State still undefeated. The Cowboys have a tough stretch coming out. Are we buying them as tricks or treats?
I think Oklahoma State is an interesting one because they're not like that textbook great Big 12 team. They actually have a pretty good defense, and they're playing some good defense right now. I definitely want to see how their offense progresses as they get their quarterback back. And again, I think that's something that kind of I want to see from them. I think they're probably going to win the Big 12. So I guess, they're a treat in that mind, but we'll see if they make the college football playoff. That's why in college football, I'd love to see that 16 or 18 playoff, because then you get to really figure out more about, these types of teams, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you, because I don't know that they're a top 4 team or would make it into the playoff. That'll be tough to see. And I'm interested to see how they'll match up with Texas this week, because, Texas, as much as they've struggled, do have some players, and they're not well coached, and I've been critical of Tom Herman on our college football podcast, but just, they do have talent, and Sam Ehlinger can can move an offense, and if they can find some stops on defense, perhaps that could be a game that's close. The ESPN matchup predictor for them in this game has Oklahoma State only at 53% to win this game. So it's a pretty evenly matched game. But I love their offense. I love Chuba Hubbard, and I think he's done an excellent job. And Shane Illingworth, as the freshman, has stepped in and done a really good job as you look at some of his numbers and what he's done at in the first few games and stepping in for some of the injuries there. So I like Oklahoma State, but they're a trick because they're not a team that is going to – they are a Big 12 team, and they do play more defense than that, but we're still talking about, hey, are they going to beat Texas? That's not a team that goes in and beats Clemson and beats Alabama or really keeps it competitive. Even though we thought Oklahoma was good last year, they got walloped by an SEC team in LSU that was historically great. But these Big 12 teams do not compete with the teams from the SEC, or at least haven't in the last couple of years. I don't expect Oklahoma State to be any different. They're a trick.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that Oklahoma State is the best team in the Big 12, and they may win the Big 12. But as you said, the Big 12, you look at last year, they got, their champion got walloped by an SEC team. And if you're, selecting these college football teams in the top 4, I would think about that. Like, is the, Big 12 as good, as some other conferences? And would you take a team that maybe has one loss ahead of a Big 12 champion? And that's something that I think, will definitely be interesting as we, move forward into this season. And I feel like right now it's college football is a lot of question marks here, as, a lot of different things are moving around. So that is definitely really interesting there. So I think that does wrap up our Halloween-inspired trick-or-treat segment. We are going to take a break first before we get into our Who You Got segment, our Pick'em segment here to end out the show.
To support the WFUV Sports Department, visit support.wfuv.org to become a member or make a one-time donation. WFUV Sports, home to New York's longest-running sports call-in show and the flagship station of Fordham Athletics.
Back for our final segment this evening with Andrew Galata and Nick DeLuca. I'm Jack Roach, and this is going to be a Who You Got segment, and we're going to preview some NFL games and give our picks for these matchups. So first, let's talk about the game that everyone is waiting for. Two of the best teams in the AFC coming from the same division, Steelers versus Ravens. Andrew, what you got?
I got Baltimore in this one, and I think Pittsburgh is a really good team, and I think they've came out really, really hot. But right now, I think Baltimore has the overall better team. I think they got the better defense. I mean, Lamar Jackson, I mean, he's kind of had a little struggles this year, but he's overall really played well. And right now, I feel like when you look at that AFC, right now, I feel like the Steelers are a team that won't be in the AFC Championship. I think they'll get knocked out. I feel like right now, the class of the AFC is in Chiefs and Baltimore. And I won't pick against those two teams unless I see otherwise. So I'm going to go Baltimore in this one.
I think Baltimore is vulnerable, and I do not know that they are going to be a team that's going to be in the AFC Championship game because they have struggled at times, and it hasn't shown up always, and they will be there. I mean, they're a good team, but when they're playing some of the class of the AFC, it may be more difficult for them, so I'm just going to throw that out there. I do think they'll win this week, because Pittsburgh, I just does not feel like a team that's going to continue to be undefeated, quite frankly. I mean, that's point number one, where you're just saying that at some point they're going to have to lose, and they're not going to continue this hot stretch, particularly against Baltimore. I don't think they'll do that. But it will be close, and I wouldn't be shocked if Pittsburgh were to walk away a winner. I really like what Pittsburgh does on the defensive side of the football. Lamar Jackson has not been as spectacular this year. No way you were expecting that. They do have some deficiencies still in throwing the football, and that's not all on Lamar Jackson, by the way. That's on the receiving corps because they don't have a bunch of wide receivers. This is a team that wants to, run the football. But there's always pause when you're playing a team that can stop the run like Pittsburgh can and potentially has the offense to get out in front and make Baltimore come from behind. And that's where they've struggled. And it's not to disparage anyone on Baltimore necessarily, but we know that this is the way they're built. And it's always a reason for pause if there's a team that can hop out in front. So I like Baltimore because I don't think they'll be behind, but there is reason for caution on the part of the Ravens.
I'm with you guys. I think Baltimore takes it this week. I'm really high on that team. And I see that Ravens defense neutralizing Ben Roethlisberger, who's had a really impressive bounce back season following a pretty devastating injury. But I just think that Baltimore has a little bit more firepower. But regardless, it's going to be a great game. And moving on, for Tua Tagovailoa's first career start, we've got Rams versus Dolphins. Is Tua enough to give Miami the win over Los Angeles this week?
And this is kind of my upset alert of the week. I'm going to go Miami. And, I think that, look, I think Tua, I think he's going to play well. But the big thing is, I think the Rams coming off of a short week, Monday Night Football, they got to travel to the East Coast and play a 1 p.m. game. And they're, back when in Los Angeles, would be 10 a.m., which is very, very tough. And we've seen teams countlessly, go to the East Coast and struggle. And I feel like, especially with Tua coming in here, there's no tape on him. And I could see him having a big game. As much as I like the Rams, and I think they played really good Monday night, I feel like the Dolphins are going to catch them by surprise in this one.
I don't, just because the Rams have Aaron Donald, so I'm taking the Rams. He's kind of one of those things where, yeah, it's a 10 a.m. game, but Aaron Donald could wake up in the middle of the offseason at 2 in the morning and still be really good. So I'm just don't have any confidence whatsoever in Miami's offensive line and their ability to handle him. Not that I'm confident in really anyone to handle him, but in particular with some of the issues that Miami has had. And I think that's going to be a lot for Tua in start number one, because it's not the defensive look that's being thrown at you. It's not reading the defense. It's not even, hey, I'm going to have to get out of the pocket a little bit or improvise a bit because we're not getting great protection. No, this is something that's coming right up in your face. And we'll see, because it's hard to know about what you're going to get with Tua in start number one. But I think that upfront pressure right from the middle, this was the talk all the time about Tom Brady and the way to get to him. But in the same way, it's just not something that Tua is ever going to be comfortable with, the way that Aaron Donald can get after a quarterback. hard to think that Miami will be able to establish any semblance of a ground game as well because of what he does up inside. So I'm going to like to take the Rams, even though I know the factors and I know that it's a big deal when you're coming from west to east for a 1 o'clock game. I just don't think that with Aaron Donald in the middle of that defense as a guy who's won, defensive player of the year a couple times. Yeah, no, I'm taking the Rams.
I don't know how often this happens, but Nick, I'm agreeing with you. I think Tua is going to struggle against that defense.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, over there, I feel like it's going to be an interesting game. And we have Jack, who is experiencing some technical difficulties.
Zoom
so
said he was wrong. I thought he wasn't wrong. He was right.
Yeah, I think Zoom's wrong. I mean, look, his technical difficulties. We're going to continue on with it, as I do want to flip over here to the NFC with the Seahawks and 49ers. Nick, who you got?
This is another tough one because it's hard to pick through what you've seen recently versus how you feel about the team in general, because I really like what I've seen from Seattle on the whole, but last week is a little bit concerning. Whereas on the whole, I don't love what I've seen from San Francisco, but recently I feel like they've picked it up. So this is a tough decision for me. I love what I've seen from Russell Wilson. He is as good as they come. And San Francisco has dealt with some injuries, but they have really a great ground game. The game is in Seattle, but I'm going to take San Francisco on the road. I like San Francisco to win this game. I think there are a number of issues with the Seattle team, and as good as Russell Wilson is, and I mean really good, this Seahawks defense is awful. And I think that San Francisco is going to be able to run the football all over them. I know that they've got injuries at running back, but they are going to be able to run the football, and I like what San Francisco will be able to do. Russell Wilson will give them a chance, as he always does, and I think this is going to be an extremely close game. I don't know if a line of 3 does it justice, but I think that San Francisco, that'll be my upset pick of the week. I think San Francisco takes it over Seattle.
I'm going to take Seattle in this game just because Russell Wilson's playing out of his mind right now. And even the game they lost last week, that was kind of a fluky type game. It was a division game. And, at the end of that game, a lot of, different, fireworks, big plays happened. And, I feel like anyone could have won that game. And I just feel like, look, another division game, I'm not going to bet against Russell Wilson again. Look, as much as I feel like San Francisco will come on, I think they will get better. I think injuries early in the season really killed them. The Super Bowl hangover, I think, too, when they were, in the Super Bowl last season. So I think all of that is definitely very, very interesting when, you look at them. And again, but I'm going to go with Seattle because for me, it's really, really difficult to pick against Russell Wilson's right arm right now.
I don't disagree. I don't fault you for that. I think they'll be able to run the football. That's just me.
So moving over to our next game, and I'm definitely going to be tuning in to this one. We got the Saints. We got the Bears. Nick, who you got?
It's got to be the Saints because Chicago is just, as we alluded to in our segment, they're a pretender. They're a trick, and I don't know that they're going to be able to figure things out offensively to the point of taking advantage of some of the deficiencies that exist with the Saints defense. That's what you can do. You can compete with the Saints if you're going to play them in a shootout. And sometimes that offense, particularly with some injuries to Michael Thomas and Emmanuel Sanders, and, there's some fluctuation with that offense, but they're still going to score, and you're not beating the Saints 10-7. So that's what the Bears need to do, basically, to win. That's their formula, and I don't think they'll be able to do it with some of the top-tier offenses in the NFC, and that'll extend beyond the Saints as the Bears go forward and play the Packers in their division and so on and so forth. But no, the Bears will not be able to hold down Drew Brees in that offense enough. And then on the other side, as much as there is some advantage to be had against the Saints defense that I'm not terribly high on, I don't think that Chicago can take advantage with Nick Foles in their running game just missing in action.
I feel like, with the Saints and Bears, these two teams, the Saints, their defense has really been dreadful, especially their secondary. And you look at the Bears and, the way they've been able to throw the ball, it's been just as dreadful. I feel like one of them is going to have to give. I feel like the Saints are going to win this game. I think they're going to be able to run the ball, as I was saying earlier, down this Chicago's defense throat. I see a big game from Alvin Kamara. I see a big game from Latavius Murray, who last year, while Drew Brees was out, he was able to have a big game over 100 yards. And I think that will continue in this one. It seems like Jack is back with us after some technical difficulties. So, Jack, who do you got, Saints or Bears here?
I've got two things to say. One, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, you're good.
Okay. My second point is I have been on the receiving end of a Nick Foles heartbreak before. And Andrew, I'm telling you, I think you should start preparing for that as well.
Saints own Nick Foles. They're 2-0 against them in the playoffs, I got to say.
Third time's the charm.
Look, I wouldn't surprise the Saints going out and losing this game because the Saints this year, you have one really great game and then you come out and just have a dud. And they're definitely figuring out a lot of things there, especially on the defensive side of the ball on that secondary. So I guess I wouldn't be surprised if Nick Foles throws on all over them, but I'll take the Saints in this one. And then go into a game that I know you two guys will definitely be watching, New England and Buffalo. Jack, who you got?
I finished my water, so I can't take a sip, but I got my Patriots glass for a reason. And I just got the news that Stephon Gilmore did not travel with the Patriots and won't be playing. But he's had a tough season regardless. I don't see the Patriots getting blown out 2 weeks in a row. I think it's going to be a close game. And I think Cam Newton's going to have a bounce back week and take down the Bills.
It's something that.
Are you done? Stop it.
Yeah.
No, the Bills are winning this game, and I don't know what the spread is. Hold on, I'll look it up because I like the Bills to cover too. I like the Bills to cover. I don't even care what the spread is. Hold on. 4? Oh yeah, Bills like it. I love it. No, the Bills are going to win this game because they are just more talented than the New England Patriots, and they may get out coached, but the Patriots just have nothing. Cam Newton has not played well the last couple of weeks, and I don't know what is going on, whether it's injuries flaring up again, but they just have no semblance of an offense right now. Their defense without Stephon Gilmore is certainly at a loss, but I'm still confident they can play defense. It's just that how are they going to score points? They have not been able to throw the ball at all. They have no receivers whatsoever, and they may be able to take advantage of the Bills in the running game, except the Bills will be afforded the opportunity to stack the box because New England can't throw. So I like what I'm seeing from them. The Bills will be able to throw the football themselves on that Patriots defense without Stephon Gilmore enough. Stephon Diggs should have a big day. I like Josh Allen, and I like the Bills to win and to cover. Sorry, there's a new team in charge in the AFC East.
Now, before we move on, Andrew, I just want to say one thing. Halloween, what do you think Cam Newton's outfit is going to look like?
It's got to be crazy. I mean, he actually had his last one wasn't that bad. I mean, I got to say, he's had a lot worse.
Is it going to be an L t-shirt?
Oh.
That's what Josh Allen's wearing.
All right, we'll see.
Love the trash talk, guys. Definitely love the trash talk. Look, this is a big rivalry, and for me, I don't think the Patriots will get blown out in this game. I think it's going to be really close. I actually had the Patriots a little earlier in the week, but I'm actually going to flip-flop and go to the Bills. I don't see Bill Belichick, having his team not ready to play. I think they're going to be in this game. It's going to be very close, but the Bills just have a ton of more talent. And with the Patriots, all these injuries, again, I really just don't see them, winning this one. But I do think it will be very close. And I think our last pick'em here for this NFL Sunday is going to be Las Vegas versus the Browns. Nick, who do you got in this one?
This is another one that's tough to get a read on because two teams that we didn't get to the Browns in our trick or treat, contenders versus pretenders segment, but that would have been another team that I would have been skeptical about, particularly with some of the injuries. But I can't pick the Raiders to win this game because they are coming across the country, and I don't think they are of the caliber that the Los Angeles Rams are in playing a team like the Miami Dolphins. So I'm going to take the Browns to win this game at home. It's a favorable matchup. they're going to be able to run the football on a Raiders defense that has struggled stopping the run pretty mightily so far this year. I like what the Raiders are doing on offense, and I think they're a team that is borderline playoffs. I do think pretty highly of the Raiders, but Cleveland in this matchup, I think has enough. And with even without Odell Beckham Jr., that may actually help them just to take some of the things off of Baker Mayfield's plate to make sure that there's more of a focus of making the right throw and making the right read as opposed to force feeding Odell Beckham Jr. So give me the Browns to take home the win over the Las Vegas Raiders.
I feel like this game is going to be very close. I see Jack kind of shaking his head because I do think it's going to be extremely close. I feel like Las Vegas, they've had a really difficult schedule. And if I would have told you back, in August that they'd be 3-3 at this time, I think you'd be very, very happy with their performance. I'm going to go the Raiders here in this one. I think that they'll be able to, I think their run game will be able to travel. I really like Josh Jacobs, and I just really like their formula. They did it against the Saints really well. And I think it was what they were able to do is run the ball really well, and that really shields off their just right now bad back end. There's really no other way to say it. Their secondary has not been good, but I'm going to take the Raiders. They're going to be able to run the ball, and they won't get beat by Baker Mayfield in this one.
Yeah, I'd say it would be very Cleveland-esque to lose this game, but in 2020, where COVID exists and has run through that Raiders locker room, I think they're missing too many guys to beat Cleveland. I think Baker Mayfield has a big week.
Great stuff, guys, from the Pick'em segment, and then this now 4-hour edition here of One-on-One. Definitely was a great show. For Nick DeLuca, Jack Roche with the headlines, and Alex Woles, who kept the lights on for us tonight, I'm Andrew Galata. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. One-on-One is a production of WFUV Sports.